This hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee into Regional Aviation. I'm the Chair, Senator Ross Cadell. I will shortly be joined by Senator the Honourable Richard Colbeck. I have Senator Josh DeLega and Senator Paul Scar with us now. These are public proceedings being recorded and live audio streamed via the Parliament's website, and Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and as such, action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground on which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I also remind senators of their obligations under the Behavioural Code of Conduct for the Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. Finally, I remind witnesses who are appearing via teleconference, there's one today, who are not speaking to mute their microphones and remember to unmute when you speak. We all fall for that when it happens. I now welcome Mrs. Jennifer Spilsbury from Advanced Cairns. Welcome. I understand that information given parliamentary privilege and protection of witness has been given to you.
That's correct.
For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Jennifer Spilsbury and I'm the CEO of Advanced Cairns.
Right, do you have a short opening statement you wish to make?
Yes. Hello. I am the CEO of Advanced Cairns, the peak economic advocacy organisation for Far North Queensland. I thank the committee for its invitation to appear today. Advanced Cairns has about 100 members ranging from mid to large organisations and almost all of the regional councils within our far northern footprint, from the Torres Strait to the Northern Territory border and south to Cardwell. Our membership has representation from all major industries including health, construction, marine, education, transport, tourism and the aviation sector, including Cairns Airport and Hinterland Aviation, who I am aware are participating in this inquiry. Also part of our membership is Mission Aviation Fellowship, or MAF International, a family of international Christian organisations whose mission it is to use light aircraft to help some of the world's most isolated communities. They have two headquarters around the world, one in the UK and the other here in Cairns. All of our members can provide examples of the high cost of travel in regional and remote areas and schedule inconvenience. If I could achieve just one thing today, it would be to have you leave Cairns truly understanding the far north and what it is like to live and do business here. Our advocacy footprint spans 380,000 kilometres. That's slightly larger than the size of Japan and impacting about 280,000 people. We are Queensland's largest region, covering more than 20% of the state and 26 local government areas. It is a vast area. For many of our communities, aviation is not a nice thing to have. It's their primary connection to essential services and economic opportunity. We need our governments to help mitigate the tyranny of distance tax that hits everything from groceries, fuel, freight, health, employment and education in the far north. When we are inevitably hit by cyclones, floods or fires, aviation is a lifeline, particularly to the many Cape York and Gulf of Carpentaria communities who are left vulnerable and cut off from the rest of the world for months, as was the case again during this year's wet season. Aviation provides supply chain reliability when the country's so-called number one route, the Bruce Highway, Queensland's most dangerous road, floods annually, and trucks with essential food and equipment supplies from southern markets can't get through on the alternative, an inland route called the Kennedy Developmental Road, because 11 kilometres hasn't been sealed yet and becomes an impassable bog for months. Cairns is the capital of Northern Australia and boasts the 7th busiest airport in the country. It is one of our biggest economic enablers. We also have an international port, 2 universities and TAFE, and a naval base. We are increasingly more important to the nation's security and diplomatic strategies. We are closer to Port Moresby than Brisbane, and new long-range narrow-body aircraft will offer greater opportunities into the future. However, here in our own backyard, regional connectivity and airfares are often more expensive, inconsistent or unreliable. I say we are the capital of Northern Australia, but it was simply too expensive and difficult for me to attend perhaps the most important conference of the year next month, the Developing Northern Australia Conference in Alice Springs. I couldn't justify the time or money it would have cost Advance Cairns for any of the options. Up to $3,139 for a one-way ticket, a 25-hour flight with 2 or 3 stops, or committing a week away from home and business for a 3-day event. It is often cheaper to fly overseas than to Townsville or Mackay. A flight to Mackay has 1 stop and a return flight is $800 to $1,000. It's 733 kilometres away. For regional airlines servicing small and vulnerable populations in remote locations, the cost of maintaining ageing planes is prohibitive, or buying new ones a major investment. In the case of MAF International, who fly regularly into PNG from Mariba Airport, they answered a plea for help 50 years ago from local Indigenous community organisations and have been providing essential services into Yolngu country in East Arnhem Land ever since. But they do it through the generosity of their private international donor base. From providing Medivac and medical clinic work to culturally sensitive business such as funerals and education flights, MAF International is doing what commercial operators can't do or our government won't do, but funding is a challenge for this essential service. I say again, international donors support this service. I thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. I might go to our Queenslander on the board if he wants to kick off.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Spilsbury, for attending today, and thank you for the advocacy Advance Cairns engages in for the region, such an important region. Over a long period of time, Advance Cairns has done a terrific job in terms of highlighting the issues facing far north Queensland. So you've done that again this morning. Thank you very much. I think one of the examples you gave, which had perhaps the most resonance, was the fact that you couldn't attend the North Australia Development Conference being held in Alice Springs because of the cost involved in attending that conference in Alice Springs and getting there from Cairns. And I just wanted to check those figures. It was $3,139 for a one-way ticket.
Yeah, that's one of the prices, yes. There's varying degrees of prices, but as I say, the 3 options at the time that we were looking to go, it was either price prohibitive or the fact that it would take 2 days, so another stopover in between.
So 25 hours, I think you said.
Yeah, 25
to get there
hours.
each way.
Yeah, often on flights that we were looking at. So
Yep.
there was 3 different things that we were looking at. So if you wanted to take a cheaper flight, I'd have to take the 2-day option either side of getting there and coming back to
Yep.
the three.
So can I ask, from Advance Cairns' perspective, why is that? Why is it so expensive? What are the cost pressures or the market dynamics that are operating to make it so prohibitive?
I'm probably not the expert in aviation or airlines, Senator, but obviously I think the fact that whether it be competition or whether the passenger load isn't there to sustain those flights, but particularly when you look in the context of Northern Australia, and also tourism being one of our lifebloods as well, you would think being able to fly to Alice Springs, the gateway to Uluru, it would be a little more easier.
Yep, absolutely. And one of the issues which has been raised with this committee is the fact also the airfares which are charged to go to places, remote regions, remote townships from Cairns. The prices seem to fluctuate on a week-to-week basis, and there isn't much transparency with respect to why that's the case. Do you have any views with respect to that, or any information or concerns you can share with the committee with respect to that? Because Cairns is a gateway to Australia, but it's also a gateway to those remote communities.
It is, yes. I can only presume that there might be costs involved in that, obviously, and again it comes back to passenger loads. But then we're talking about very remote communities here up in the Cape and the Carpentaria, and it's just not a matter of whether they want to come down for a holiday. A lot of these people are accessing much needed health services. And there's also issues around sometimes with funerals, etc., and being able to get loved ones back home to country as well. So, as I said before, it's not a nice to have service. And even though some of these communities are smaller, they're much needed.
And I read in one of the submissions, or some of the information which has been disseminated to the committee, that residents of Cairns use air services 3 times as much as residents in Brisbane.
Yes, absolutely. And that comes back to the tyranny of distance. You know, the fact that there are long distances for us to you know, you have to travel before you get anywhere. I've lived my whole life in regional Queensland, in Mackay and Serena. I have family back there. To often the pricing to get to Mackay for one person can be up to $1,000.
Yeah, it's
it's
amazing,
staggering.
isn't it?
And you have to stop over as well.
So what does Advance Cairns see as the role for the federal government in this respect? What can the federal government do to try and relieve some of those cost pressures and ensure that air services are available to all the people of Queensland, including in remote Queensland centres?
Senator, I think most people in our region would just like some transparency into the way the costs are presented, because as mentioned before, they are inconsistent, and it just doesn't make sense that you can fly to Tokyo one way and it's cheaper than going to Townsville.
Yeah.
Townsville, it takes 55 minutes to get there. Yeah. On a flight, so it just doesn't make sense.
Just doesn't make sense. And lastly, the last question from me, Chair. We visited Cairns Airport yesterday and had a bit of a site visit. We saw the role that Cairns plays as a hub, aviation hub, in terms of air-sea rescue, in terms of protecting our borders, in terms of providing a training facility, and it was terrific to see the Aviation Skills Centre, where more than 1,000 students have actually graduated with skills in the aviation sector. So it seems that aviation is a big part of Cairns's economy, and there are potential opportunities to build on that, especially as Australia looks to strengthen its relationship with the Pacific. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to provide some vision, as Advance Cairns often provides, with respect to the future of Cairns in terms of being an aviation hub of the Pacific.
Yeah. So I was born in Cairns and moved away and came back as an adult. I was the editor of the Cairns Post for 8 years. Came back in 2015, and everywhere I went, the common theme was, I was told that when airport is firing, our region is firing. That's how important it is to our local economy. But that we're not just in that airport infrastructure isn't just important to Cairns. It's important to Queensland and the nation. We are increasingly more important to the nation in terms of national security. We've seen that in the latest defence review and strategy going forward. We have HMS Cairns here as well. So we really are, as I say, that front door to the rest of the world, and that will only become more increasingly important in terms of our diplomacy and relationship with Asia Pacific as well. We have firm relationships into Asia Pacific. I was only at a trade-linked function yesterday evening where that was reinforced. The airport, we will be able to go into markets that other capital cities in Australia won't be able to do with the new narrow-body aeroplanes. So
if I can just interrupt you there, can you just expand on that in terms of the opportunities which are presented by the utilisation of that that new aircraft?
I wouldn't want to pretend to be Richard Barker, the CEO, but my interpretation of the narrow body planes is that because they can go further without having to refuel, they're more narrow. They can go fly one further without having to refuel, and the projections into different markets around the world means that their range is perfect for Cairns. So that opens up other markets for tourism, whether there's other economic enablers around freight, those sorts of things. But we will be able to do those long haul flights that the southern capital cities won't be able to do.
And that's my last question. And that's
Your other last question.
And this is this is really my last question. And this is the easiest question you'll ever be asked in your life, Mrs. Spilsbury. And making it easier for international tourists to come to Cairns is really compelling, because Cairns has so much to offer, doesn't it, as a tourist destination?
Look, I'm sure you've been able to see that during your visit here. We're very proud of what we have to offer. We've got World Heritage areas here. We've got the rainforest meeting the Great Barrier Reef. We have the world's oldest culture here in our First Nations people. We're very proud and protective of what we have here, but you know, we need to make that affordable for people to be able to fly here and enjoy that as well. But we need more flights. We want more flights. You know, I often say that the country wants to keep saying that Cairns in the far north has potential. I hate that word because it means that something is still not attainable. We're doing wonderful things here. And we're proud. We've got hospital expansions, a $1 billion expansion over 5 years that will allow us to go into rural and remote areas of the far north, which is very vast, and have that tropical expertise. So we want, you know, we've got the airport that complements that as well. So we are really flexing our muscle here in the far north. But as I said in my opening comments, I'd really like you to understand what it is to do business in Cairns, and those things that kind of shackle us a little bit. It's expensive to fly and move around, or it's just not convenient the way that we should be able to access those services.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Delega.
Thanks very much. Morning, Mrs. Spilsbury. Thanks for coming along. Reliability of services, in your view, or in Advanced Cairns' view, how is the reliability of services coming into the region from Qantas, Jetstar, Virgin, any of the other players?
I haven't seen the latest actual data on that, but from personal experience and from what we see quite often, flights can often not be on time, and then you can have regular occurrences where the flight can actually be cancelled.
And obviously you've spoken about how expensive it can be to either get in or out of Cairns. Does that make it hard to promote tourism and to promote events coming into the region?
Yeah, I think you know, far northerners are resilient by nature, so we've learnt to kind of put up with things, but it certainly is an issue. If there are events that people in the far north wish to go to outside of the region, certainly you know, you're having to book well in advance to be able to get good prices, and obviously that would be the same coming back into Cairns.
And what would have you got some of the ideas of some of the routes where there's like significant demand, but the frequency is just, all the prices are making it unaffordable for people to get to? Like, obviously you've mentioned that people from the area use aviation 3 times more than people in Brisbane. Where are some of the real barriers that we can look at, like that you guys are seeing?
I'm not sure I would really be able to answer that with great detail, Senator.
Do you guys is it just like you can't answer it today, or is it something you could get to us on notice, but perhaps? Or?
I would be able to get it on notice, yes.
Yeah, excellent. Yep. Thank you. No, look, I think that might do for me, Senator Cadell. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I was surprised when we came here, the size of the scope of the aviation industry in Cairns. You speak about the age of planes, the capital cost of new planes, the cost of maintenance of that. Is that something you're hearing from local people as well? Because personal experience here, I came up here with my wife who worked out here first time, and she took me out. This big helicopter business going out to the reef and this sort of stuff going on. There's a lot of aviation industry that's not just taking people everywhere. It's an economic driver of the region, isn't it?
That's right. You know, obviously tourism is the number one, I guess, industry that's using aeroplanes. So, you know, my experience with one of our members with Hinterland Aviation in particular going up into the Cape and broader is that their feedback is that, you know, the ageing planes, it takes a huge investment. They've actually committed now into buying new planes because they just see that they have to, but they are more reliant on providing services to locals and also to government workers who are going up into the Cape, so not as tourism dependent.
Yep.
But those who are relying on, you know, tourists, etc. There's just, you know, it's expensive to buy new planes and certainly to maintain them.
What do you see? Advanced Cairns has come to Canberra a few times and been advocating for different things. What is a growth path for the region as you see it, not just in aviation but across everything, and how would aviation fit into that?
Yeah, so for
defence is a big one, for example.
Defence is very big, and that's something that Advanced Cairns will be increasingly more proactive in that space, because we feel that we have a lot more to offer there. We've campaigned long and hard for the common user facility at the Marine Precinct, and that's now in an EOI process. So defence is absolutely somewhere where we believe that we can support the federal government in its in defence going forward. Aviation, in its role there, is obviously investing in their facilities out there. You would have seen that yesterday, and I'm sure heard, no doubt, around how they're trying to support the Air Force. We have the longest runway there, so that they can certainly help, and I think they're looking at what they can do in terms of aviation fuel storage out there as well. So they are big things that that we're looking to advocate for.
Unlike a lot of areas we've gone, more smaller areas, more regional than Cairns, and not as big an airport, we've heard a lot about skill shortages and the lack of availability of people.
Yes.
Cairns doesn't seem to have that, with the training centre, Aviation Australia, with the skills training centre, and attracting big things like jet aviation that has now General Dynamics buy-in. Has there been a focus on getting that skill area so it can become an aviation hub? Is it by accident? It's one of the few areas where they're saying there is a real supply of technical and qualified people.
Yeah, I'm in two minds about that statement, Senator, because everywhere I go, skills is absolutely one of the things that is relayed to us in terms of concern. I think that a lot of work has been done around skilling and training, and I come back to that fact that, you know, we have the tyranny of distance. So the far north has just got on with it. If we can't get assistance, we just find a way to get things done. The fact that we're a regional area and we have 2 universities and a state TAFE here is we wear that proudly on our chest. So Advanced Cairns is facilitating a roundtable with our university and TAFE and some of our major players, the hospital, Marine, etc., to discuss where we're at with skilling, so that we are around the table hearing from those really big key players about what's happening in the market now, and are we prepared for the future. So we think that's really important around skills. The skills identification of what we're going to need, and that's why some of these great programs have come about, even at TAFE doing a lot in preparation for the common user facility. Yep. And as we hope to see that play out in the future.
You mentioned about the money going in the hospital. I think we've spoken privately about my personal experience here and my wife's introduction to Australia via the RFDS. She was saying historically that even a lot of Indigenous communities come here for birthing. The last few months stay in Cairns, Do they fly in via RFTS and stay in town to be berthed here for safer delivery? Do we know what's going on?
Yeah, look, that's right, because a lot of our regional and remote communities obviously don't have those sorts of services where they live, but there are fare discounts, etc., to help people come and then return to those communities. But again, it's very challenging if you're living in the Torres Strait or even closer than that. There's been issues even in towns like Cooktown and up on the Tableland, which really aren't that far away, with their services, but that is improving. But there is still distance to be had if you have a difficult berth.
Who does the discount? State government?
I can't answer that.
If you don't know, it's fine. Yeah.
I think it's the federal government.
Right. Just for the health aspect of...
For those discounted local fare,
Yep.
the local fare ones, I think, is
No.
too many pieces of paper. The local fare scheme of which I talk about is the Queensland government.
Yeah, not a problem.
Can I just ask a follow-up about that?
Yeah.
With the local fare scheme, it's up to $200 each way to access regional and remote communities. It's obviously quite a good scheme to be able to connect residents with Cairns and other areas within Queensland. Part of this inquiry, what we've been looking at, I've been, advocating that the Tasmanian government should be doing similar things for residents to be able to access King Island, for example. What lessons do you think other jurisdictions could learn from the Queensland government's local fare scheme?
Oh, I'm not sure I can answer that completely.
What are the benefits, the greater benefits of the connection?
Oh, look, obviously, to be able to fly, that $200 off a one-way fare, it helps with the cost, doesn't it? So that's terrific. In the far north, there are some issues with the fare scheme in that sometimes those people in those remote communities who come down for a medical reason can sometimes get trapped in Cairns lifestyle and the issues here and then not return to country. So there are some issues with the way the fare scheme is set up that it can be taken for granted or be manipulated. But in terms of access for people in those rural communities, it helps with the cost.
Yeah, excellent. And I think some of the evidence we heard when we were in Albury and Wagga have had services cancelled. I think it's something that Tasmania, Victoria, New South Wales could be looking at as well, to be able to connect communities by offering those local fare subsidies as well. So
absolutely, the subsidies absolutely do help those communities, but we also need reliability as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I guess it's the transparency around.
Yeah. And definitely with those flights you were talking about to Alice Springs, that was 3,500, 25 hours. That's absolutely
that's the upper point. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Senator Colbeck.
Yep. Just a couple of questions off the back of those in relation to fares. And what you see on a seasonal basis with respect to fares, say school holidays and things of that nature, when kids got to come home or go somewhere. Does that play a significant role in the affordability of moving around into this region? And the other point I'd add to that would be availability and capacity in those, a lot of people tend to move at those times.
Obviously, those key popular times, that's when prices would fluctuate, and obviously high demand times. So if you're flying even to a capital city first thing or to Townsville first thing in the morning, those flights are going to be more expensive than, say, off-peak times. Even around weekends. If you're looking to fly Friday evening and return on a Sunday evening, that affects prices as well.
What about capacity at those particular times? Does that restrict people's ability to move about?
Oh, look, again, without diving into deep data, I'm just talking hypothetically, but yes, again, it comes back to, as a far northerner, you just know that you have to be looking a fair way out to when you want to travel, to make sure that you're getting the best kind of pricing and availability, to be able to stumble across good prices. You know, if I'm needing to travel next week, then it's in the lap of the gods.
Okay. And Senator Cadell talked about the fleet itself. Do you notice any particular areas in regard to reliability, particularly into those, let's say, dependent communities that are serviced out of Cairns? Is that something that's raised with you as an issue, just effectively reliability of the fleet, given its age?
I think more so just around the cost of maintaining them,
Yeah.
because obviously safety is a primary concern for airlines. So they're making sure, but it is difficult, obviously, to continue to maintain an ageing fleet, and you know, because of the high cost, it's also it's not something that investors look at to attract investors to help with the cost of buying new planes into these routes.
So the cost of maintenance and the availability of capital for the sector is something that gets raised in that sense.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
You can hit me over the head because I think we had a meeting lead up to the election where the priorities for Advanced Cairns, there was water, there was a common user facility on the harbour, there was roads, Kennedy Byrange,
Sure.
the bypass.
Yes.
On aviation, I think you had two asks at the time. One was a C2A Cessna Caravan simulator, I think. Am I right in remembering that?
I believe so. I've been with Advanced Cairns for 6 months.
Yeah, okay.
But I do believe that is one of...
Has there been any progress towards that?
There has been no progress on that.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And the other one was Centre of Excellence for the guys we saw in maintenance hangar and stuff that's training.
Yeah.
That was the same thing. Am I right in recalling that? I don't want to be wrong.
No, you're not wrong, and I believe it's my belief is that that Advanced Cairns and the stakeholders involved were given like 30 days to submit something on that, and it took 2 years for a response, and by that stage it had flown the coop.
Okay, I understand. Okay, no other questions from anyone?
I'm all good.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr.
Thank you very
Salisbury.
much.
I have to read something official. Thank you for your evidence today. If we've taken any questions on notice, can you please provide your responses by Friday, 28th of August? Thank you very much. We're running a little bit early. Is Mr. Baker here? Mr. Baker.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to chase up getting the table tennis table closed.
Oh, it's fine.
It's a little distracting.
I've got Mr. Barker written there and Mr. Baker written here. Which one?
It's Barker.
Okay. Mr. Barker, you've come before, thank you. I now welcome Mr. Richard Barker from North Queensland Airports Group. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Richard Joseph Barker, and I'm the Chief Executive of North Queensland Airports.
And would you like to make an opening statement or short statement?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Richard Barker. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of North Queensland Airports, and we operate Cairns and Mackay airports. And Senator, your memory is very good, because Advanced Cairns, those were exactly the two asks that Advanced Cairns made. And I'm a member of the Advanced Cairns board, so have worked with Jen, so maybe to ask a couple of those questions there as well. We welcome this inquiry because, from our perspective, The issue before this committee is about far more than aviation. It's about equity. It's about where you live determines your access to healthcare, education, employment, family and opportunity. For those of us in North Queensland, aviation is not just a convenience, it's an essential piece of infrastructure. Cairns Airport, as I think you may well know, is the gateway to some of Australia's most remote communities across Cape York and the Torres Strait Islands. We welcome approximately 5 million passengers per year. Cairns is one of the nation's most dependent areas, aviation-dependent areas, where more than 3 times as many passenger movements per resident than any other capital city. Mackay Airport, our second airport, is in the heart of the central Queensland resource centres of the Bowen and Galilee basins. These regions' major industries include mining, agriculture and events, and they contribute $26 billion to state and national economies annually and underwrite a large FIFO workforce, with aviation being a key means of access to those resource centres. Both airports operate general aviation precincts, which are really busy, providing a base for aeromedical emergency services, aircraft maintenance and more. There are days when it is cheaper, as I'm sure you're aware, to fly internationally than it is to fly to some of our remote communities. Yet for many of our customers, flying is not discretionary. It is the only practical way for them to access essential services. When connections become unaffordable, the impacts extend well beyond individuals. High regional airfares constrain business investment and limit workforce mobility. They can affect the well-being and competitiveness of entire communities. Interstate aviation travel is a long-running reality for local families, trying to support their children in their education, healthcare, sport and extracurricular activities. For many families, unaffordable airfares can often lead to very long road trips in North Queensland. Our submission centres around a couple of key topics. First is improved transparency. We believe that better data on passenger demand, airline operating costs and commercial returns is essential if government are to develop evidence-based policy and understand what is really driving regional airfares. We'd also like the committee, if it has the opportunity, to examine mechanisms to encourage, where appropriate, greater competition. Many regional routes remain monopoly markets. How can we reduce barriers to new entrants, ensure that operators make enough funds to reinvest in new fleet, discourage anti-competitive behaviour and lead to better commercial outcomes and for customers? Separately, where higher airfares genuinely reflect unavoidable operating costs, targeted policy support may well be a relevant consideration. This inquiry is an opportunity for us to look ahead. North Australia is uniquely positioned to strengthen Australia's tourism, trade and economic resilience through aviation. NQA is investing in that future. Those opportunities will only be realised if regional communities remain connected through affordable and reliable domestic air services. Ultimately, this inquiry is not about airports or airlines. It's about ensuring that Australians living outside our capital cities have the same opportunities to participate in our nation's economy and society as everyone else. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Yes,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. No worries. Morning, Mr. Parker. Thanks for coming along. Might just start firstly, just to ask for your perspective. Yesterday, the United Firefighters Union took me for a tour through the Air Services firefighting facilities at the airport. Yep. And obviously, following the floods a few years ago, the current Air Services facilities have been abandoned essentially, and they are in makeshift facilities. Are you aware of what's causing the delay on the new facilities being rebuilt or starting that rebuilding process?
So we've actually provided initially the floods had obviously had a major impact.
Absolutely.
And,
yes.
I vividly recall that day. And so we initially provided a temporary facility for the firefighters to base themselves at the international terminal.
Yes.
At the request of Air Services, we provided a refurbished building, which is where they're operating out of at the moment. And really we're very happy to support the rebuild of their facilities. We actually think the previous location is the ideal location.
Absolutely.
And it's with the Air Services to finalise the design and get on and build. So we would fully support, and I feel for the officers there. The sooner that the Air Service can finalise and build that, the better.
So it's not Cairns Airport.
No.
It's
an air service facility.
Yes.
We've been in, so they effectively have a ground. In fact, because it's a federal authority, they have a ground lease, but actually it's basically they don't get charged rent.
Yes.
But it's up to them to determine. And my understanding is that they are working through with their members on exactly what they want in the design, and then they can crack on and build it.
That's really curious. The actual facility has got a fully mocked up model of the new plan in which that the workers have been told that they will be moving into, and the workers were unsure where some of these delays are coming from, whether or not it was Cairns Airport or whether it's CASA or because Air Services seem to have already got the plan. So so definitely nothing from your airport's perspective. You're keen to get them back into.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I can take it on notice and come back to answer that. But we're working with a number of the agencies, because what the flooding identified was that the only parts of the airport that were not flooded were the parts of the airport that we had built above a 1 in 100 year flood level.
Yes.
And we had a number of critical services like Royal Flying Doctors, the Queensland Government Air Rescue, and the firefighters, all of whom's facilities were there. And that's why we've actively invested and put $60 million into creating a new precinct to help relocate those across. We're working with QG Air, for example, on a joint design for their new facility to move them across. So we're fully supportive of having flood resilient infrastructure in place. It's appropriate. I will take it and happy to come back to the committee if there are any issues. But from our perspective, we would fully support the rebuild. I think I was aware that some preliminary designs were done. I think the issue is around where the funding is coming from.
Okay, sure. I'd like to just take a moment to acknowledge the work and the issues that the fireys are facing from those temporary facilities. I mean, the trucks are not even in sheds anymore; they're out in the elements and in the weather. And a lot of those men and women, when they are responding to an incident, they are going out, getting changed into their PPE in the elements. Socks, clothing is wet before they even get into their PPE. So some of the work they're doing is under pretty big and uncomfortable challenges, and I'd like to just thank them for bearing with it, and we will look at trying to get this sorted out for them as soon as we can.
We'd be very supportive, and any role that we can play to help expedite that, we'd be welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I do have a second block, Lacrosse, but I might pass it over. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay. When we go through looking at that development, we came out of the airport today. I think it's inside the facilities are great. I come from Newcastle, which is probably the second city of New South Wales, and we don't have half the things you've got in your airport. So that new development we saw on the way out, the right-hand side of the roundabout,
Yes.
that's all the raising above the 1 in 100?
Yes.
How much from the other side of the runway will come across, do you think?
So what we've done is that's been talked about for about 20 years. And it was a chicken and egg situation, and we're fortunate we have investors who take a long-term perspective, and they back me that if we build it, they will come, because it's been a chicken and egg it was never built because we never had any customers. We never had any customers because it was never built, because we effectively have to raise it 2 metres, and we brought in 400,000 cubic metres of fill. So what we're looking to do there is as we started to build it, and that will initially the aircraft stands, which will be built next year, will enable for what we call Code C, or the kind of 737s or A320s that you catch from Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane up to Cairns. So that's done in conjunction with the airline partners Virgin and Qantas. So that gets built into the pricing. What that though is going to enable us to we want to bring the helicopter operations across. And you may have seen that there was a tragedy in New York last year where in Washington DC, where a helicopter crashed into a aircraft on approach because they were crossing each other's runway.
Yep.
And so what we want to do is we want to move the helicopters across, because the majority of our helicopter movements are out to the reef and off to tourist destinations.
So they go across.
That reduces the risk. And then what we certainly want to do is pull together a medical precinct and bring Royal Flying Doctors, QG Air. We now have a state police helicopter base there. Bring all of those infrastructure across to have flood resilient infrastructure, because it's just absolutely critical in the emergencies that in time the frequency of those flooding events will only occur more as in the tropics. So we need to have a resilient base. and that's also the area we would expect to bring our aircraft maintenance across. So that was one of the asks with Advanced Cairns had a couple of years ago, was the Centre of Excellence for Training, was to eventually bring the majority of that infrastructure across, because in due course, some of that land on what we call the GA precinct is going to be reclaimed as the Captain Cook Highway expands. So there's going to be some land resumptions there, so we want to gradually move that across.
Okay, thanks, Rob. There's been various views around the cost of security screening. There's parallels of security screening for different aircraft in different regions.
Yes.
Once something's been put to us is single fee for service per passenger to equalise it. Darwin was saying that because everything's on a night shift and they're all paying double time or penalty rates to do their security compared to the bigger airports. Do you have a position on?
I think what you'll have there is, security costs. We've just been going through our annual budgeting process. Security costs of what we call recoverables are actually our biggest expense line. It's more than all our wage costs, more than everything put together. So It's a very significant cost, and it's in tens of millions. We see quite significant variations across the two airports we have. Both of our airports were at the highest level of screening. So that involves quite a lot more capital investment. So I think where you'd see potentially resistance from some other airports is effectively going to end up with a cross-subsidisation, because I feel for some of the smaller regional airports where they just don't have the passenger throughput to warrant. We had the Minister Burke was up here on Monday, and he's back here tomorrow, along with Chrissy Barrett from AFP and Border Force. And there's quite one of the real challenges with an airport like ours is the different levels of security. The passengers coming in from different levels of screening. So we have people coming in from the capital cities who are fully screened, and then we have people coming in from remote communities who've had no screening whatsoever. So the separation there, so we have quite our security costs are relatively high because we have to operate to an international standard. So I can see the merits of a unified levy or not. In our case, our security costs at domestic are I think about $6 per passenger, and I can get you the exact cost. And at international, I think they're from memory about $12. They would vary by airport, and so for us, we would be, frankly, it wouldn't impact us that much, but for some of the other airports.
So you're about mid level.
We're about mid-tier, so equally, frankly, it wouldn't matter that much of a change to a unified tier, but it would potentially help some of the smaller airports and to keep their costs down and help with regional connectivity.
But it wouldn't be like some of these communities don't have airports; they have a shed and a runway.
Yes, correct.
For you, you'd still have to do that differential screening.
Oh, absolutely. So we actually technically have 3 different zones for security screening: internationals to one standard, domestics to another, and then remote communities yet again to another. So our security charge is $6.11 for domestic, and it's $13.76 for international, and that's done on a recovery basis. So one of the things we are looking at this year is how we can be more efficient with our labour scheduling. It's a potential application for AI to actually keep those costs down so that we can pass on lower prices to the public.
So you talk about your shareholders. They've invested this money. Okay, via local governments owning airports where they're crying out, some small ones where obviously they don't have the passenger throughput. Newcastle Port Stephens, where the councils jointly own ours, but are always after government funding. What was you had to put a business case to compete for the money for your $60 million development?
And a lot of that is that's so yes is the short term. So we've invested in my time. It's coming up 6 years as CEO. We've invested about $300 million across both of our airports, and we do that in conjunction. So for the investment in what we'd call aviation infrastructure, so new stands, upgrades of terminals, we do that in conjunction with our major airline partners, being Qantas and Virgin. So we agree a 5-year capital spend program, and we work to that, and that gets built into the pricing that they pay. For the general aviation, do not cross-subsidise that. So any work we do on the major terminals is not paid for by our general aviation customers, who typically fly to the remote communities. To answer your question specifically on the $60 million was really that's going to end up being a long-term investment, some of which will be paid by passengers on Qantas and Virgin, and some of which will be paid by the helicopter operators as they come
and the
across.
rental of
So I had to do a business case, and then I've got targets over time. We're taking like a set 10-year view. It's going to take us about 10 years to build that out. So we did a business case over a long period of time.
With it, you propose potential land encroachment on the far side.
Yes.
In the transition of some of those. Is there a longer, like you're looking at the next step, is there a longer term view for the full migration, potentially redeveloping the highway side, or is it?
As time, dependent on demand. So one of the challenges we've got is we're very conscious of not, and it's certainly a criticism the airlines have raised with some of the capital city airports, is spending too much money ahead of demand.
Yep.
So we're tending to do, for example, the current precinct, or what we're calling the Eastern Precinct, which you've seen all that dirt, we're working closely with Defence on the work they're doing around the hardening of the north, or Defence around potentially additional fuel infrastructure and aircraft stands. But we're doing it in stages, so we don't end up, other parties don't end up bearing the cost of that. Okay. So I could see, once the Eastern Aviation Precinct is full, I could see in time, we're about to do work with one of our maintenance repair operators on the GA side, and they want some additional space. We will build that at the 1 on 100 level. So we built some warehouses for another customer. We're doing everything now is at the new flood level.
Who's the ground service operator for a lot of your stuff on the, because we've heard some evidence before on, I'm not saying you're a smaller airport,
We're mid-size.
But a lot of accessibility, some difficulty with people with disabilities being able to get on and off planes. Do you have problems? Who operates your
so we have two operators here. So we have Swissport and Menzies.
Yep.
And we are, so I think the aviation white paper, I'm very supportive of the key themes in there. Just as a personal capacity, I was involved as a director on a disability organisation in New Zealand, so I'm and so very empathetic to the challenges faced there. We're fortunate in that the majority of our airport is a single level, and so say for example, recognising there's a whole range of disabilities, but if you take the example of somebody in a wheelchair, it's relatively easy to get in and around, and we're very mindful of all of our designs to make sure we take consideration of people with different disabilities, and we for our domestic. Certainly in Cairns, the vast majority of our domestic flights all go via gates or air bridges that have ramps. So reasonably accessible. It's more difficult in somewhere like Mackay, and where there's relatively steep stairs, say for example, up to say a Jetstar flight. So it's more difficult, and in those cases we have effectively a small lift elevated platform. But it's an integral part of our, we just finished an upgrade of the international terminal, designed for disabilities, an integral part, including simple wayfinding and the like.
Okay. My last question, you interact with GA and the smaller guys all the time. We'll talk about the big guys, but for the smaller guys, is there any consistency theme of message that is coming through to you about their viability, their plans forward, their concerns? We've heard about access to capital, access to aircraft.
Yeah.
We're seeing, Saabs at the end of their life. We're seeing caravans at the simulator you want. There's an 18-month wait list, I think, last time I looked at a Cessna Caravan to get one of those. What are the things that the GA guys are saying to you about being more effective going forward?
I mean, it's a real challenge that this committee faces, frankly, is the balance between, so we're very conscious that, particularly in the wet season, aviation is the only way you can reach a number of these communities. So there's a critical link around aeromedical, education, all those basic things. So that connectivity we're really conscious of. And therefore, for example, during COVID, we didn't actually change any of our GA pricing at all. So we're very mindful of that we have a role to play in supporting connectivity to those markets. It's a core part of our company purpose, is to support the communities we serve. So we're very mindful of that. So it's a really tough situation in that you're trying to balance the economics of flying a smaller aircraft are fundamentally more expensive. So I could quote you why it's more expensive I could get a cheaper flight to Tokyo next week than I can to some of our remote communities. That's kind of interesting, but it doesn't help the issue you're trying to deal with. So you're trying to deal with affordable airfares at a point as well where you're trying to balance the fact that, as I'm sure you're aware, the aircraft fleet is getting older and older, and the average aircraft fleet's between 20 and 30 years.
You need historians, not engineers.
Yeah, and that's becoming a safety issue. Yep. So the maintenance costs are higher, replacement parts are higher, and frankly, it's less safe. So we need connectivity. We need it to be safe. So we need the operators that serve those communities to make enough money that they can afford to reinvest in new fleet. So that's why I'm delighted that Hinterland, for example, who have either appeared or appearing later today, have made a not insignificant investment for them into new fleet, which is the first new GA fleet we've had up here for years. So we're fully supportive of Andrew and the team to make sure that they're viable, and that because it's a fine balance between they need to make enough money to be able to maintain their fleet and reinvest in new fleet, but able to pay for that at a price point that the consumers living in remote communities can afford. And that's where I think there is a role and potentially for maybe an extension of the Queensland government's support program for some of those communities. It's a fine balance. You don't want the accusations of profiteering from the airlines, with actually they need to make enough money to be safe and to stay in business. So that's why we've asked for, we think there's a role for improved transparency to what is the right level of economics they need to survive, and how can, in some cases there's enough demand on those routes that they should be standalone, but there's certainly a number of routes where there's not enough volume of business and the operating costs are such that there may be a case for some targeted support, and that needs to be done on a basis that the operator gets a fair return, but they're not taking the proverbial out of the people who live out there.
Okay, thank you. Any of you gentlemen? Senator. Yep. Senator Scar.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Barker. I was just looking at your CV on the website. You actually joined the board of NQA and then became Chief Executive Officer?
Yeah, which, yes, is the answer. It's unconventional way, but actually, frankly, a really good way of doing it. So I was, at the time when I joined the board, I was working, you might have detected from my Kiwi accent, I was working at Auckland Airport, and they, at the time, held 25% stake in Cairns and Mackay. So I was one of their nominated directors, and so it was a good position, frankly, to be in, because I understood all of the issues, I understood the community, and therefore was able to, I moved right in the middle of COVID, was able to hit the ground running.
Fantastic. And your responsibility covers both Cairns Airport and Mackay Airport?
That is correct.
Okay, understood. Can I thank you for the submission NQA made? I found it very helpful, and I just want to tease out some of the comments made in the submission. The first is in relation to, it's under the heading inconsistency, and I'll just quote from the submission for the assistance of Hansard, just to help you respond to my questions. So there's a paragraph on page 2 of your submission where you refer to the Queensland Government's Department of Transport and Main Roads local fare scheme, which is conducted in collaboration with local councils operating regular passenger transport flights. Under the local fare scheme, airfares are subsidised for eligible residents to ensure access to essential services. Residents receive up to $200 discount for each one-way flight. And Cairns Airport is a hub for many remote flight services within this scheme. Is Mackay a hub for any services in relation to the scheme, or is it really Cairns?
I think I'll need to take that and come back to you on that, but I believe Mackay also supports some of those routes as well.
And then in the next paragraph, you talk about how the fares change week to week, day to day on some of these routes. And the example you give, a search of flights from Cairns to Bamaga, for example, shows a one-way fare of $570 on a Tuesday. The following Tuesday, the flight is priced at $465. On other days, $366 fares are available. So you've got this swing between $570 all the way to $366, which is quite large, especially when you consider the $200 discount for one-way fares. What's the reason, from your perspective, in relation to that swing? And we'll get to the issue of transparency. But from your perspective, given your commercial knowledge, what's the reason for that huge swing from $570 to $366?
I think it's what we refer in the industry as yield management, just like it is on how the price from Canberra to Sydney or Canberra or Sydney to Melbourne varies by the day. And typically, an airline would have a certain number of seats at a certain price point, and then which might be the discounted seats, and then they'd have their regular fare, then they'd have their super flexi fare, which is fully refundable. And I actually, in preparation for this meeting, was on playing around on a couple of the websites the other night, and that's exactly that. So you've got the discounted fares were sold out. The only fares available were the full fare, and the price differential for essentially the same service was about $200 or $300 different.
So it's one thing for that form of management to occur in the context of flights from, say, Brisbane to Sydney, or even from Brisbane to Cairns, where there is choice, there's a greater frequency of flights. But it seems to me it has another dimension if you're dealing with remote communities which don't have the same choice, don't have the same frequency, and there could really be urgent circumstances where someone needs to travel from those remote communities to somewhere like Cairns or somewhere further afield, using Cairns as a hub, where people can really be squeezed.
Oh,
in that
absolutely.
situation. Do you have any comment in relation to that?
Yeah, I would have thought, for my personal view, is that for particularly for routes that are deemed to be, and there's different classifications for routes that are deemed to be remote, that require support, I'd almost expect that you'd have a standard price, pretty much, because, and that was the point of the support from whether it's state or federal or anybody, is that enabled people to have the degree of certainty around the price from flying from Bamaga to Cairns is X. Because, I mean, I've got an example actually that I was looked up in preparation for this because I happen to be flying there next week. And yes, it's not a truly remote destination, but I've got a meeting next Wednesday I have to be at our second airport in Mackay. It's normally about $400 to fly down to Mackay one way, so it's about $800 return. So for the 5th of August, from Cairns to Mackay, because I need to be there, what would normally be a $400 airfare is $797 one way down there. And so this is interesting. I looked at this on 2 nights ago, on the 27th. So the price was $797. My return flight next week on the same day, 5th of August, it's for $479. And then I had a look last night, just in preparation, and that $797 flight a day later is now $976. And so I'm going to a corporate meeting, so that's okay. I'll have to just kind of suck it up. But if you had an emergency and you had to get to Mackay for a family member or something like that, it's effectively what a one-way fare is, what my return airfare would normally be. So that's purely yield management. That's the operating costs. One of the submissions.
So when you say, sorry to interrupt, when you say yield management, is it that the flight has been booked, say, to 95%, so they've got an opportunity because they're relying on someone urgently having to be somewhere, they've got an opportunity to up the price and maximise the profit on that particular seat?
Yes. So I think the same time, so I did a comparison, Cairns to Brisbane, the same day on the 5th of August, 6 a.m. flight, so 6:45 to Mackay, 6 a.m. to Brisbane, is $287. And the airport's charges, our charge, so we have a conditions of use pricing, which, if you think about it, is almost the way I always view it, is sort of like the rack rate. If you walk up to a hotel, this is the price. All of our regular customers have a negotiated price below that. Our published conditions of use price for Cairns to Brisbane and Cairns to Mackay is exactly the same. It's $16 with $6 security. So our charge is $22 on that flight to Mackay and $22 on that flight to Brisbane. So some of the submissions I know you've received from other parties saying that the charges from airlines are really prohibitive and impacting, it's $22 out of that flight. And that's our published charge, and our big customers pay less than that. So this is purely, and I completely get they're in crisis mode, dealing with very high fuel prices, and they can't pass on the true cost of the fuel increase from the Middle East, the flow on from the Middle East. So they're having to do it where they can. But that's a little consolation to somebody who's travelling from a remote community, who's trying to get to hospital or get their children back to school.
And also in the context where on some of these routes, the Queensland Government is providing this $200 discount or $200 subsidy. So you're going from a situation, using your figures for Cairns Bamagar, it's $200 of $507 compared to $200 of 366.
Yes,
So it's
absolutely. So that's where I think there should be. That's hence our call for transparency. Of if a route is to receive support, I get it. The Cairns Mackay, it's high demand. A lot of them are business travellers like myself, and sometimes we have no choice. We'll pay, but it's more to the remote communities where it's more about connecting families and essential workers and things getting out to these places. If a route is to receive support from either a state or federal government, I think there needs to be transparency around what the airline is making, so there's simply not taking the benefit of the state or federal assistance, and the consumer is left actually paying the full whack themselves.
At the same time, as a matter of balance, though, there is a responsibility on governments to make sure that this is what is effectively an essential service is provided to all Queenslanders. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the greater transparency you talk about, what's that mean in practice?
So if, and this is really in practice, and this is more so for any routes that would receive any support.
Right.
Is that, and in the same way that we have a lot of measurement of our business, there's some pretty standard metrics around what's called revenue, or RASK, or revenue per available seat kilometre, cost per available seat kilometre. So the airlines themselves know exactly how much it costs them to fly per kilometre per passenger, and so it's the revenue per available seat kilometre on that flight from Cairns to Mackay next week. We will. My assumption would be that it would be. I could probably calculate it, but it would be a lot higher now at close to $900, nearly $1,000 than it would be. I mean, essentially, it's double than what it would normally be for the regular fare at $400. So it's that kind of piece, and it's transparency around what's driving that variability in pricing. And it's more so on where there's competition, it's fine, that the market will sort that out.
Sure.
But it's more really around if to prevent any support from either state or federal government simply going into the pockets of the operator, there should be that transparency around what is an appropriate operating profit to make so that they can invest, in my earlier comments, around upgrading and maintaining their fleet safely versus excessive.
Okay. I'll move on to your next paragraph in your submission on page 2 under the title Competition. And you say Cairns and Mackay are classified by the federal government as Zone B moderately remote. A number of regional routes operating from Cairns and Mackay airports are serviced by a single carrier, limited to no competition, and we've talked about the fares. From your perspective or your personal experience, the airline offers residents of some selected postcodes discounts on return economy fares from regional airports to their eligible city. In Queensland, the only routes listed operate from either Brisbane or Townsville, also Zone B. No routes out of Cairns or Mackay are included. It is not clear how these routes are selected. Can you expand on that?
I think that actually pretty much sums it up. I'm not sure, to be honest. Right. And it's one of the things that we've got with the...
So these are the routes that are selected by...
the state government.
By the state government?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's part of their program is there's... and so, frankly, is until I got involved in this piece of work that you're doing, was something I hadn't really turned my attention to. So it's something for... As we're working with our... some of our local operators who are interested in competing for some of these routes, it's something that we're starting to learn more about, of the values of how one route is determined to be a critical network and how others aren't.
Oh yeah.
Are they what's regarded as regulated routes?
Yes.
So a regulated route might be in your catchment area of the Cairns airport, but Townsville gets the route, so you would have to fly further to that same destination to get a regulated route. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that could be the case. So and so I'm not sure, and hence that's a little bit around the transparency piece as to how one route gets to become a regulated route, because there's some other, also equally, they'd probably argue remote communities that don't fall within the remit of being a regulated route versus others that do. that are approximate same travel time from a whatever the closest airport is that how is it that this one is and this one isn't? I don't know.
Well, it's quite astounding, isn't it, that you're a chief executive officer of a major airport and you're giving evidence to this committee that you don't understand how these routes are selected.
And that's really probably on me, in that it's something that I've been worried about other things.
Well, I'm not sure it is on you.
Yeah.
I think it's on the system, right? But if it's not transparent to you, how could it be transparent to anyone else? You're in a particular position where you've got all the accumulated knowledge and you've got your finger on the pulse of the industry, and it's not clear to you how these routes are selected. What chance do the rest of us have, including us, we humble senators?
Yeah, I think, yes. So I think it's a fair point, actually. And I'll certainly be making some inquiries to find out how it has been done.
Okay.
Is it historical?
It's a historical thing. And so I've been here, I'm sure some of my team probably know, to be honest. I've been here in this role nearly 6 years. And it's only, some of these are contracted for a number of years, as I understand it, and it's now, there's a round coming up soon. So hence I've had some meetings with a couple of our operators trying to figure out how they can potentially, win some of the business on the regular.
So the route itself is historical, and so therefore changing the way it's structured becomes another element or stage in the overall process.
Yes.
Is there any consideration of demographic change as part of that process? Do you know?
I'd be speculating. But I think
Sometimes I ask a question so that other people in bureaucracy listen to the question.
yeah, and I think I think the having driven 7 hours a couple of weekends ago into the sort of west of Cairns and not even get close to the border of Queensland, it was a good appreciation of how big the state is. So I think having greater transparency around how these were determined, decisions were made whenever they were made, and if they're reviewed on what frequency would be a good thing to know, because I think the communities there would deserve to know why another community that's an hour away maybe got a supported route and they didn't.
Okay, so just then moving to your conclusion, we've spoken about transparency in relation to costs. You say in the submission, we believe there is an opportunity for the committee to investigate and initiate mechanisms aimed at 2 dot points. First dot point, supporting competition on regional trunk routes. Do you have any thoughts, and feel free to take it on notice, do you have any thoughts as to how you convert that aspiration, if you like, in an actual policy?
So I think it's around, for example, and it's a fine balance that CASA, for example, has to find, is around the process of going about getting a aircraft operating certificate is a 2 or 3 year process. So when Bonza fell over as an airline, one of the few things that people wanted to buy was the operator certificate. So it's very hard for anybody to start up, because unless you've got the capital to invest 2 or 3 years to get a certificate to fly. We had one of our smaller mid-sized GA businesses sold recently, and primarily it sold because somebody wanted the operating certificate. So it's the fine balance. CAS's priority absolutely is safety, and they're not calling for any shortcuts there. But it's that while well-intentioned, policies aren't put in place that make it very difficult for people to start up or to invest. So I'm not one to be expecting handouts left, right and centre, but it's to make sure that the various arms of government are supportive of people investing in remote communities. So, and that's where it might be things like NAIF, which is doing a lot of really good work in the regions. They're helping support upgrades of infrastructure. The majority, I understand, of something like 80% of airports in the country lose money. It's how something like NAIF can help upgrade that, which can then get the charges down, some of those kinds of things.
So just in relation to NAIF, one of the thoughts that occurred to me, and I think we have NAIF appearing, we do before us, is whether or not there's a role for NAIF in terms of financing of new aircraft, because you've talked about the importance and nearly everyone's talked about the importance of updating the fleet, but whether or not there's an opportunity for NAIF in particular to assist not just with infrastructure on the ground, but also to assist with respect to the financing of new aircraft. Do you have any views with respect to
I
that?
think there's absolutely a valid use. So we've worked with NAIF for a number of years and have a very good working relationship with them. If you look at some of the investments, they have a degree of risk, which is part of the mandate for NAIF, was to help get things up and running. For some of these airlines, you'd argue that upgrading the fleet and the clear benefits they get from running a more fuel efficient, more modern aircraft is a less riskier proposition than having a crack at it's still equally important, at a new critical minerals mine and that is on a tenement or that is not actually proven and commercialised. So I would think there's plenty of businesses globally that specialise in funding aircraft. And one of the great things with NAIF is the long-term nature of it means that for the smaller operators, they can amortise it over a reasonable length of time. That in combination with having a number of routes which are inherently have enough profit in there for them to set by is a pretty low risk investment from my perspective.
And you've got the security over the aircraft itself.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of the big challenges we're all suffering is that there's a massive wait list for new aircraft. So I think it's a pretty low risk proposition.
Okay. And last question, and I'd like you to take this on notice if you could. Could you refer to the Toowoomba Wellcamp Airport submission? And as a fellow airport owner, if you could provide your views with respect to their policy and practical measures to support regional aviation. That's in section 8 of their submission, but keen to just get NQA's view with respect to Wellcamp's suggestions. And the move from New Zealand to Cairns, that's all worked out very well. You'd never go back to New Zealand after living in Cairns, would you?
Well,
You're under oath.
I did see. I did see.
Decent rugby.
Yeah, I did see that Australia has tried to claim our most recent winner of the British Open golf tournament as well. He's been here and a couple of times. So no, we love it. I mean, we built a home here, immersed ourselves in the community, and I've been fortunate to live in lots of different places. And I think there's a special attraction about mid-sized cities where you can actually make a difference, and people are really welcoming. So we love it here.
All said. Thanks.
Thank you.
Senator Colbeck, anything?
Yes, thanks. I just want to go on sort of off the back of Senator Scarr's questions around demand. You talked about the tension with the airlines around assess future demand and the level of development, and you also, I think, made a comment earlier in your submission about build it and they will come.
Yep.
How do you balance those tensions? Because, I mean, airlines would be reluctant to receive any additional costs that they can avoid. We've heard that plenty of times from them. We hear about how this market can continue to grow and be built. So in terms of data, what do you have in that sense, and how do you make those measurements, and how does that conflict, or if you like, or complement what the airlines might have?
So we work very closely with our, particularly our key airline partners, and so we have long-term passenger projections out to 25 years, and we have them developed by external experts and benchmarked and things. And then we sit down with the airline partners and talk through what their growth plans are and where they differ, and then we work through what infrastructure is required by them to try and keep their costs down low in the short term while providing for the long term. Because if I look at some other airports that I know, where if I look at the last airport where I was at, where the decision to upgrade in the domestic terminal was deferred too long, kept the prices low, and now there's a huge fight going on because of the actual, if they built it 15 years ago when they should have done, everyone would have been better off. So given the absolute short-term pressures the airlines are facing, and I absolutely feel for them right now because it's a very volatile situation, and that forecasting next week is harder than, let alone for where we are going to be 5 years' time. It's a fine balance, and that requires constructive working relationships where you can be open and say, well, here's what we think we need. And there's commercial tensions there, because if you don't make some of those investments, then you're going to end up with a situation where it's the travelling public who suffers from a really poor experience. So it's always a fine balance where, by their very nature, the airlines have to have a much shorter time frame, and we have a responsibility for taking a sensible long-term view. But equally, I share some of the airlines' sentiments that sometimes build it and they will come and build it and they don't. And so it's a really fine balance. And so that's why you need good, rigorous data, sit down and work through a partnership. And if I look at where, for example, Perth Airport now we're at loggerheads with Qantas and went all the way to, I think, the highest courts in the land. They've now got a strong working partnership because they sat down and agreed what was common goals that they should work towards, and they've agreed a capital plan going forward, and now they're getting on with it, which is, I think, how that should be done.
So how do you manage that in a circumstance where, say, the airport, the airline's plans for expansion, as you've indicated, are different from what the airport's projections might be and the community's expectations are? And so I'm glad Senator DeLuga's come back, because I can go back to a pet project that I have, which is beating up on Qantas into my local port, where the airline is effectively constraining the market because of the capacity that they're putting in there. Yep. So then we go back to the demand numbers that you've talked about. That's impacting on price. I flew to Melbourne a couple of weeks ago. It cost me $900 and it's like 250 Ks. Yeah. Like, ridiculous price. So how do you balance those conversations? Because airlines got aircraft capacity restrictions, all of those sorts of things. They're making all of their allocations, but you're trying to develop your facilities and your markets, and then the airline saying, well, we don't want to spend that money because this is the capacity that we're going to put in there. How do you balance those things? I suppose it's a little bit like what you mentioned at Perth.
Yeah, and so if the easier option for us at the moment is in the international space, where we work on attracting international carriers.
Yeah.
Because we've just had a number of flights unilaterally cancelled, and I understand it because of the current fuel crisis. But it's disrupting, connectivity between mid-sized regional destinations, and we know it's on it. We're just advised it's stopping, and we're an attractive destination. So for regional communities, it becomes a real issue. So that's where, and it's a real balance of, there's that of ensuring there's enough competition in the market. And that's why we need sort of those mid-tier operators who can sometimes specialise and fly into regional markets, that they can actually get in there and compete with a product, so that we're not left to a monopoly operator who will just turn the volume on and off when it suits them. So that's that fine. It's a really fine balance. But there's certainly some of, and arguably you'd say, Rex, when it was successful, was targeting routes that weren't a priority for the main carriers. And we've got a successful operator based out of here called Skytrans, who do similarly. They pick routes where they provide, it's big enough to be profitable for them, but not so big that it attracts the big players, and that provides essential connectivity for a lot of these regional areas. And so it's trying to get that fine balance, because we've seen, and in the international situation, we had a second carrier flying between, we have flights like many mid-sized Australian cities and large to Bali is obviously a very popular destination. We had one carrier flying to Bali. We had a second carrier came in. They grew the market by 50%. Some other things happened. They pulled back, and the incumbent carrier didn't add any capacity. So the market has shrunk by 50%. We know the demand is there, but they would rather just operate their existing fleet at maximum yield, barely a spare seat in the plane, and they're spilling demand. Because we've proven the market exists,
yep.
But it's a really tough one. And that's where, potential news, I think there was an article a couple of weeks ago about Vietjet looking to potentially set up a domestic operation. That kind of competition, I'd welcome. I met with Vietjet in Ho Chi Minh earlier this year, They put in an aircraft order, pretty much the same size.
Boeing's on order or something.
Yeah, I mean, they just placed an order which is about the same size as the Qantas fleet. So that's the kind of grunt you need to have someone to be able to provide that connectivity we need.
Yeah. So you mentioned those markets that are single operator markets. How many of those would manage additional operators? I mean, there's a fine line
It's
there.
a very fine line, yes.
So, you've got one operator, someone else decides they're going to come in. It can't really carry two.
Yeah.
And so both of them sour, if
Yeah.
you like. So how do you...
It is a very fine. There's a number of those remote communities and that I'm sure you're visiting as part of this important work. Realistically, you can only support one. So it's those mid-size. It's the Cairns to Mackay. It's the Cairns to Maroochydore, and a lot of them it comes down to the aircraft size that they operate and the frequency. So you could see that if they're operating a moderate-sized aircraft, that two carriers could do, and we have this up to Horn Island, for example. I think we have two carriers where they're operating 2 or 3 services a week each, and then you've got a degree of competition, and you've got a more frequency of services for the residents up there because they've got more than the choice of one plane every 3 days. So it's about having the right sized aircraft, matching the aircraft capacity, whether it's one airline or 2 airlines across that route, because there's plenty of the airlines as masters at it, and that's thereby they're really good at what they do. Measuring capacities, there's organisations that do that, and then it's putting the right combination of fleet on to service that. But there's certainly a number of routes that you would be visiting only ever could support one airline.
Senator Scarr asked you about the transparencies work, and you talked about a couple of times about better data. What does that data look like? And we've talked about passenger growth information, and there's a range of different places where you can go to that.
Yeah, a lot of that would be, and this is more so in the context of any routes that were receiving any kind of support to make sure that people weren't being overly rewarded and or pocketing the state or federal funding and actually then still charge. So it would be in return for, on a regulated route, that the airline would be providing information around what their costs were to operate that route.
So that's more in the context of the way that a contract for a regulated route is managed, rather than published data that might be available out in the broader.
Yeah, but it also might be the question that I was unable to answer, which was how one city is, or one route is determined to be one that's worthy of support and one that's not. Just even transparency around how the system works would actually be a good thing.
Yeah. And whether or not it's been a set and forget exercise, or whether it needs a review of the overall process and consideration of the demographics.
Because the demographics and things might change. And when I'm not sure actually whether I sent a text as I was listening to Jen Spilsbury. I was just asking a question. We support a fantastic organisation called Cape York House. So they have about 120 children from remote communities, Torres Strait, and predominantly Indigenous kids come down here to finish high school. It's a great program. And I just sent a message to one of my team saying, who pays for the flights? Because I just heard your earlier question around school holidays, premium pricing, and actually the answer has come back that actually it's paid for by, might have been a typo, but it looks like AusStudy or an organisation that supports remote schooling and things like that pays for the flights, because that's the only time these kids can go home. But it's that connectivity is vital to, because you're changing a generation of kids. You really one of the best things I do.
But then those costs then get embedded into the program costs.
Correct, exactly.
And further down the line, and
someone's paying for it somewhere.
Yeah. I think that's got me covered. Thanks, Chair.
Anyone else? The odd one, totally left field as an airline operator. Things like Joby and Archer are trying with their eVTOLs and stuff like that. try to get in the GA space in big airports. I think there's been speculation in Australia that'll be a new competitor to a lot of the GA guys for transport and mining. Is that another complication that GA will have to deal with? Is, potentially technology leaps that are on eVTOL aircraft and how they are used, and also complicate your airspace?
Yes, and yes. So I think it's actually, so we've got one of our main helicopter operator here has a couple of electric helicopters on order, EV helicopters on order. Last time I spoke to him, the delivery date's been pushed out. I mean, that's of course a vertical takeoff thing. So there is an important role for drones. We actually had, with Minister Burke here the other day, a demonstration of a basically remotely controlled robot for a bomb disposal exercise we were demonstrating. But I think there is going to be a role for technology in servicing some of these communities, particularly for freight, and the distances as well that we're talking about here for some of these remote communities are within the range of EV vehicles. So a basic thing that really opened my eyes really was that on long haul, sustainable aviation fuel is really the only viable option in the shorter and medium term, because in the physics of how the plane flies, they rely on the aircraft getting fundamentally lighter as it flies further. And so that's why they can do long range, because a big jet aircraft is less than a quarter of the weight it is when it takes off, when it lands. An empty EV battery is just as heavy, so that naturally limits the range. But the way the battery technology is developing, I could easily see that whether it's drone deliveries or passenger deliveries, there is a role for EV vehicles in this sort of GA space. And that's one of the reasons why we are looking at our electricity grid at the airport around, and potentially having on-site storage, because I'm concerned that if we start to, in a few years' time, have a number of EV vehicles that require charging, it's going to put massive load on the grid, and therefore I want to have the resilience, because the grid's a bit fragile, as I think probably some of you know better than me, at times, that we have the infrastructure in place to support this growth. And then CASA will be working through the flight paths in the same way that they manage conflicting flight paths of helicopters versus jet aircraft approaching, on what is the right zone within the airport. And I could easily see it could be the general, this new Eastern Aviation Precinct we're building, could be where we have an eVTOL type facility.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, I know you have.
Yep.
Please provide a response by Friday the 28th of August.
Yep.
And we'll now break for morning tea and return at 10:45.
Thank you, and thanks.
It's at 10:50. I now welcome Mr. Andrew Clare and Mr. Tristan Cabello from Hinterland Aviation. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Any questions? All good?
All good, thank you.
For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names? We'll start with, and the capacity in which you appear to. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
And
Tristan Cabello.
thank you. Both representing.
Hinterland Aviation.
Right. Do you have an opening statement?
I do, thank you. Chair, Deputy Chair and Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. My name is Andrew Clare, Chief Executive Officer of Hinterland Aviation, and I'm joined by Chief Operating Officer Tristan Cabello. Hinterland operates regional air services across Queensland, Cape York and the Torres Strait. With a team of more than 100 employees, we operate a fleet of 14 aircraft with a growing network of 20 regional destinations, carrying approximately 120,000 passengers per year. Across our network, many of the communities we serve have few practical transport alternatives. For these communities, aviation is the single most important transport option. Our air services enable residents to access specialist healthcare, education, employment and government services, whilst also maintaining family and community connections. Regional aviation is not simply about moving passengers, it's about sustaining communities. Our purpose today is to share our experience of a challenge that is common to most regional airlines across Australia. The challenge is Australia's ageing regional fleet. Much of the regional aviation network depends on aircraft that are now between 30 and 40 years old. Most of these aircraft types are no longer in production, making them progressively more difficult and more expensive to maintain. This is not a safety issue. Regional aviation airlines continue to operate to a very high safety standards. Rather, it's a fleet renewal issue. Replacing regional aircraft is an expensive undertaking. Aviation is a highly capital-intensive industry. Fleet renewal has lagged over many years, and our regional fleets Australia-wide are now well behind the fleet replacement cycle. Unless we accelerate fleet modernisation, aircraft will continue to age, maintenance costs will keep rising, and the burden of replacing these aircraft will continue to fall almost entirely on individual regional airline operators. Ultimately, that places at risk the essential air services upon regional and remote communities depend on. Hinterland Aviation has invested more than $30 million into 2 new Sky Courier aircraft, underscoring its commitment to regional aviation. Yet this investment also illustrates a wider industry challenge. The scale of the demand exceeds what individual operators can address alone, and our next challenge is acquisition of more fleet units. Importantly, we're not asking the government to operate for operating subsidies, direct grants, or public-private partnerships, or funding to purchase the aircraft on our behalf. We are proposing the government establish a targeted loan guarantee program that reduces financing barriers and enables commercially viable regional airlines to renew their fleets more quickly. Such a program would not replace private investment, and in fact, it would accelerate it. Regional airlines would continue to secure commercial finance, purchase their own aircraft, and repay their own loans. A government guarantee will simply reduce lender risk, improve access to capital, and allow commercially viable operators to introduce more aircraft sooner. This is not about preserving unviable businesses. It's about enabling regional airlines to make important investment at the pace that is now required, to accelerate fleet renewal and strengthen long-term sustainability of regional aviation, and the time is to act now. The beneficiaries will not simply be regional airlines, they will be regional and remote communities that depend on reliable air services every day. Thank you and welcome your questions.
Thank you. I might start with you. You've gone out $30 million for 2 new aircraft. You've operated Cessna. What assistance in training, maintenance or anything like that did Cessna throw in as part of the purchase?
We received complimentary flight crew training and engineering training. Was that
In Australia or?
3 pilots and 2 engineers per aircraft that we purchased. And that training is held in the US.
So you have to fly your staff there to get training?
Yeah, exactly. So the training costs that they provide is purely the course itself and none of the ancillary costs associated. Flights, airfares, overnight allowances.
Yeah. So in the last 3-4 months, we've probably spent $500,000 just in training our staff to get ready for these aircraft arriving.
So $30 million on aircraft expenditure, $500,000 on training your staff and getting them out. When it's complimentary training, provided you send them halfway around the world to get the training.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and keep in mind we don't get the aircraft until February as well, so that's costs that we're burdened with at the moment prior to making any revenue.
In this smaller and mid-tier twin market, there's not a huge variety of aircraft at the moment. You've operated Cessnas before. What other things did you look at in that 20-ish seat area? Was it easy to go down this path?
It's the only logical path I can see forward. It's the only 20-seat aircraft that's currently in production and supported. And if you're playing an infinite game, this is the way to go. From myself running a business, I just don't see. I see it's foolish to upskill, up-equip, and train your organisation to aircraft that are either at midlife or at end of life, because you're just going to lose in the end anyway. So the Sky Career is an option we see that can be very effective across Australia. In that 19-seat space, it is more on the smaller end, but you can service with frequency. So it's all good to fly into a 15,000 population town and throw a 70-seater on it and do a flight, once a day or once every 2 days. But what regional communities need is frequency, and then you get those day trip options, which is very beneficial, and that can offset the high fares as well, because they're not having to fly into a regional hub, pay the accommodation. They can do day trips. So there's a lot of benefits there. We've got Cooktown, which we service with our 12-seat aircraft. We do 4 flights a day. So those people in that town, they've got 6:45, 9:30, 2 o'clock, 4:30 in the afternoon, and that's where that frequency really matters. Yeah.
That's in the caravan, is it?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. One of the things we're looking at is certainly everywhere we've gone to talk to GAA or smaller aviation airlines, they're talking about cost of capital, they're talking about replacement, talking about that. There's different models. There is the government guarantee back. There's also models where the government would put pressure on manufacturers by buying a strategic fleet, similar that the Labor government's doing in maritime now, bringing out a type of aircraft, making it contingent upon bringing training, simulators, maintenance there. If the government was to look at doing something like that and then leasing those aircraft by tender out to people who can do this sort of thing, would that be just easing the access to new? Would that reinvigorate the industry per se?
I don't want to comment too much on that without knowing the real details. My initial thought and is maybe that's a little bit too much government involvement and too much sort of regulation. I think
we don't want to run airlines. Let's
I think a loan guarantee to airlines that apply for it and can show that they're offering a public service and providing national infrastructure, if you really want to call it that, which I think it is, would be a better sort of solution.
My concern is after the Rex thing, where we paid basically $180, $200 million to own nothing, is that the government, whatever government of the day, could be left holding the can on a guarantee without an aircraft, without an asset, without knowing the operation of a business. That's. I have no problems. I think you access lower rates because the government's got the backing. I think all these things are good. What happens to the asset? I just don't want to see more money going to nowhere.
I would use Rex as a very, very bad example of that, and I don't think that's relevant to what I'm suggesting as a loan guarantee. Yeah.
Okay.
So just sorry,
can
I interrupt just on this? From a financing perspective, and I asked one of the previous witnesses whether or not NAIF, for example, has looked at entering into aircraft leasing, considering the aircraft as an important piece of infrastructure in a way, right? So the point the Chair's making is, if you simply provide, if you provide a loan guarantee, but you don't have security over the aircraft, potentially you've got to pay the cash without being able to claim the aircraft
the government would have security on the aircraft, I imagine.
You say the government would be the chief borrower on the holding the aircraft security, not the financier.
Correct. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So potentially,
so you would have the lien or the hold of the asset, but we would secure our own finance terms, I guess, with a commercial bank.
But the only issue with that is then the commercial bank doesn't have security over the aircraft, right? So they're going to have second ranking
But then
security behind the Commonwealth, right? So in terms of your...
Correct. It's low risk for the bank to offer finance.
because we pick it up, they get money instead of an aircraft.
So we're paying the loan, we're securing the loan. If the loan was to default, the bank the government would have the asset to sell and recoup the costs.
But it would have to pay the outstanding amount of the loan. But you've got the aircraft. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
The other way of doing it is potentially NAIF or some other government entity actually becomes has the primary security.
Well, I think NAIF might be is a different thing here, and NAIF would be replacing the commercial bank.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we looked at NAIF, but you know, the issue is we're up to what we can finance. We've hit that ceiling, which is the two Sky Careers. So NAIF doesn't help us any more than that. And what I'm trying to tell you today is we're so far behind as a nation with these ageing aircraft. We should have been renewing these aircraft 20 years ago.
Oh, and I think you've made the case really strongly.
And it needs to be accelerated.
Yeah. Absolutely. Have you had discussions with NAIF about...
We have. Yeah.
And what's their response been? They're appearing later this summer.
They were open to supporting the financing of the Sky Careers. Sure. We were elected to go down with the Westpac. They were able to support us with financing them. So yeah, that's.
So was that I don't want to go too deeply in the commercial terms, but why did you elect to go down Westpac path rather than no?
It's about 3 years ago we had those conversations, so I can't recall clearly, but I believe the Westpac terms were better.
Okay.
So the issue, what I'm saying is, we could get the finance for the two. But you know, it's a lot harder for other operators to get a finance for even one, or even us. We want to get more than two, and the industry needs these new aircraft in sooner than later.
No, you made the case for that really.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's so. How many other people? These are, you're the first evidence we've got where people are buying new aircraft. Everyone's sort of scaring the aviation trader and stuff to buy second-hand stuff all over the world.
Yeah.
Big step. How many others of these aircraft are operated in northern Queensland in Australia at the moment?
Oh, we'll be the first in Australia to bring these aircraft online. Yeah, I think when we were initially looking at them, we had to go to Hawaii because there was only one passenger variant currently operating in the world, and do a FMIL with that aircraft, and that was 2 years ago. So I believe there's only about 60 of these aircraft in the world at the moment. They only started production in, I think, 2022, around there, yeah.
Okay. So you've made this step. Pilots, I joke about the starbs, that they're steampunk era, that, pilots don't want to fly them because they're steam, they're not glass cockpits, they're this sort of thing. Do you think that this will help retention, keep people in your airline more?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a modern aircraft. It's got all the bells and whistles that you expect in a brand new aeroplane. From a pilot career progression point of view, it sort of ticks the boxes that pilots are looking for: multi-engine, multi-crew. So it's a good stepping stone for pilots for a career progression, but it also in itself is a good career goal. Yeah. As you know, it will afford a good work-life roster. It's a nice aeroplane, and it allows for elevated salaries as well. So we also see it as a good end game, I guess, so to speak, for pilots in their career.
You were here, I believe, when previously we were talking about the cost per kilometre, cost per passenger, operating costs of this aircraft, and this is one of the real things we're talking about: cost of maintenance on older stuff, driving up the cost of fares. Do you think this operational cost will come down and help you be more competitive with the newer aircraft?
This aircraft is one of the key selling points of it. It is extremely low maintenance, to the point you can fly for 800 hours without having to maintain it. Obviously, we'll be doing a continual maintenance program on it overnight, so it can be available for use 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year. But yeah, it is extremely low maintenance, robust and reliable airframe. Okay. Yeah.
Can I just ask what's the lifespan of the Sky Courier? Like, what's the anticipated? How much use are you going to get out of it? what, 20 years, 50 years?
Yeah, I'd say 30 years, yep. But, I mean, not even the life of the particular airframe is the question as well. It's the fact that it's currently in production and being supported, and you can purchase new units, and it's all that sort of stuff as well. Yeah, correct, spares, yeah.
You mentioned about your flights to Cooktown, and that's an amazing, the schedule and the internet. How do you determine, when we talk about yield and we talk about, how do you determine that's the best way to deliver? What other routes are similar to that? Because all we hear about is these flights being cancelled, single routes, not meeting the right times, all this difficulty. You seem to be doing something different than that. How did you arrive around four flights a day being the mix for you?
We just add on capacity. We were just having flights sold out, so we've just increased capacity. I think 2020 we would have had 3 flights on a Monday, 2 flights on a Tuesday. Now we've just gone 4 flights a week, every day, Monday to Friday to bring on that capacity. I think the market is elastic too. If you price reasonable airfares and provide that frequency, more people will choose to fly over driving.
Right. And so you firmly believe that I do, but your evidence is price is elastic in the air market. When we hear these yield fees going up and the $3,000 to, I don't think you hear this morning, there's Advanced Cairns was $3,000 to get to Alice Springs on a one-way trip. It just puts people off, doesn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
And now a scary question for you, given that, but I do remind you've got Senate protections here. Does CASA complicate things? Are they too good at their job? They're really good at safety, I give them that, but do they make general operation difficult, or are they getting better?
I think before I answer that question, I'd sort of say that from the front line, the inspectors that we deal with on a day-to-day basis are amazing.
Yep.
Really happy to work with us, and we work really closely with our Cairns team. And the issues that we face are more around the structure and the framework from CASA, so it's generally administrative.
Yes, paperwork.
Correct, yeah, administrative delays. So you send an application in for an approval, it goes somewhere in Canberra, and then it sort of filters out around the nation. You might get someone in Perth looking at it, and then they need to arrange travel and all these sorts of things. So for something that appears to be a fairly straightforward process, there seems to be a bit of complications in that administrative framework.
Have you got the type approval for 408 yet?
We're working on that at the moment. So we're working with CASA right now with getting all of our sort of structure and the business across the line for that. So it's a long process. And that's a bit different to what we normally deal with, because it's first of type in Australia. And, the administrative delays we see previously have been in around adding additional aircraft to our fleet, which are the same as what we're already operating. So you sort of look at that and think, that should be fairly easy, but seems to get caught up in somewhere.
I think CASA do a wonderful job on safety. I don't think they do a great job on aviation development. I think that's a split between it.
Yeah.
Problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions?
Just in relation to CASA, what would an independent review of CASA look like, and that's not already subject to the existing governance and parliamentary scrutiny? What would you say you'd like to see?
From my experience, the main thing that I've seen is sort of circa 2019, there was a change in the way that CASA dealt with applications and operators, and they became a bit more nationalised. So prior to that, we used to deal directly with our local office. So the guys and girls that we know, we can drive down to the office, we can pick up the phone and speak to them, and that helped streamline the process. They know our operations, they know the area that we work in. But they changed the model to a nationalised model where, like I mentioned before, application goes through and filters out across the nation, and you tend to get inspectors and working on jobs where they're not familiar with the area. So the first thing that comes to mind for me would be a review on that model, on that system, and the way that they handle and deal with applications coming through. I guess safety is not in question at all. It's more about the efficiency.
it goes back down to whether it's banking or whatever. You know, we're all, most of these committee members, we're from regional areas, and we know the benefits of dealing with people in our communities who know the exact impacts that we're facing.
So if I can just add one little part to that too. So not so much. It's not only the delays as well. It's also predictability around the timeframes. You know, at times we've received timeframes. For example, in Andrew's submission, there was mention of one particular delay. There was a 3-month timeframe that was initially given, but down the track that actually reduced down, and we got our approval completed within 7 weeks. So although that was great, it was early, that lack in predictability affects our operations as well, because there's a missed opportunity there to sell seats, and that aircraft's now ready earlier than what we had planned for. So again, the effects are the same. It's sitting there not being able to generate revenue. So yeah, so I just wanted to add that in.
Yeah, no, thank you. And just the other one, a question about the screening charges. Your submission does object to the recovery of screening costs where screening is not legally mandated. Can you identify where that occurs and whether the charge reflects other shared terminal services?
Yeah, I sort of wanted to highlight that, yeah, we're paying those fees. So I'll start again. With our new aircraft, the Sky Couriers, we'll have to operate them from the domestic terminal. And with that, our passengers have to go through security screening. So what we're seeing is that screening fee is then placed on top of our ticket price to regional Australians when it doesn't need to be charged, because we're under that 40-seat passenger cap. Look, and looking at Cairns Airport, I'm also not too sure how they can get around that because it's a fixed funnel through the domestic terminal. So I understand that's a hard thing to look at, but I just wanted to highlight that with that, we are adding cost unnecessarily to a regional airfare, albeit it is, quite small.
And look, it's a legitimate concern. Obviously, it falls within the rules, the amount of seats on that aircraft. But yeah, like you said, the airport is pretty much not designed for that, whereas other small airports, like in mine and Senator Colbeck's area, there's ways around in those smaller airports for them to manage that traffic and manage those customers. So yeah, it's definitely a valid concern. That's it for me. You've covered a lot of my stuff, Ross.
So just off the back of that question, so the new aircraft, so currently you're operating through the GA area.
Correct.
And new aircraft will be required to operate through the main terminal.
Correct. Yeah.
So is that an aircraft type regulatory process, or is it what's driving that? Is that what you want to do, or what?
Our preference would be to keep it on the GA side and reduce a lot of costs. But the aircraft size and weight, it's not feasible for it to operate, and also our facilities can't.
The feature of the aircraft is driving it to a
correct
certain extent.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in that sense, it's not like comparing it with a metro liner or something of that nature.
Yeah, it would be similar, if it would be bigger than actually a Metroliner, I think.
Yeah, it's the wingspan.
Yeah.
In this particular case, it's slightly larger than a Twin Otter, for example. So physically, you can't operate in that part of the airport due to the size of the taxiways.
But that's unique to each individual airport. So some airports might have a larger general aviation space that could facilitate those larger aircraft. Yeah.
So it's a bit of a mix of functions. Yeah, okay. In terms of the renewal of the fleet, how do existing global supply chains fit there? You're saying that you don't get this aircraft until next year?
February,
Yep.
January, February, around there. Yeah.
So if we're looking at doing that major piece of work, is how I'd classify it, major piece of infrastructure work, what does that look like in the context of aircraft type availability and global supply chains?
you're referring to how quickly we can get them?
Yeah, well, manufacturing capacity.
Oh, yeah, you need to get the orders in as soon as possible because, yeah, the factory lead time at the moment is 16 months. So the longer you wait, yeah, it just drags on. But the sooner we can secure those orders, we can get more in. So there is a limitation there. But there is a limitation with the second-hand market. It depends on what's available as well.
So
and another, and I sort of want to highlight.
just trying to work out how to categorise that. If you know, we're looking at a major fleet upgrade type exercise and considering how a government might facilitate that. What the realities of that in a practical sense might be, given supply constraints, whether that be new aircraft or second hand, and including in the capacity of the manufacturing sector to produce them. So there are constraints in that sense. When you said there's 60 odd of these.
Correct. Yeah, they've only recently started production of these.
Sky Couriers?
Yeah. So yeah, there is a bottleneck with manufacturing. Yeah, and like I said, this fleet renewal process, you know, we should have been doing this 20 years ago. We're so far behind. Yeah.
Best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
The second best time is now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that leads me into another point too, and we've raised this with the Queensland Government with the way they do the tenders for the long distance air services contracts out in regional Queensland. I know in the past we're in I think the 6th year of a potential 7-year contract term. When it initially went to tender for that, there was only 6 months lead time, I believe, or they went to tender 6 months before, and I believe it was around 3 months they awarded the tender. And I've spoken to Queensland Government about this, or to the TMR team, and they've been really receptive, and they do understand it, and I believe they're working on that. But what I was saying to them is, you know, the governments need to be careful on how they go to tender, because if you have the time frame so short that it's, you know, less than a year, all you're doing is rewarding bad behaviour, and that the only people that can tender for these services are people with existing ageing fleet. So if someone like us who want to go, hey, we want to help fix the industry by bringing in new aircraft, we want to tender for this, and these contracts can also help us finance more. Because we can go to the banks, we've got a fixed contract, we can order more, but we can't do that with,
So in that sense,
with factory lead times with such a short tender time.
You would need at least 2 years' notice, given that it's a 16-month on top of.
Well, yeah, and I think you're chasing your tail if you're going to look at current factory lead times. I mean, they do oscillate, but I think, you know, if you were to pick something, I'd pick at least 12 months, at least a year lead time to cover all bases. I mean, that way you can even have a chance of working with the manufacturer to go, hey, can you move a slot around? Can you help us? I think 12 months is a good rule, a good general rule. I mean, the lead time for the Sky Courier is just one manufacturer. I'm not too sure what ATR is like. But I think a minimum 12 months. If you're doing 3 months, it's not helping anybody, really.
You're doing a contract to get the same guy, aren't you, if you're doing 3 months?
Correct. Yeah.
Well, so rather than put a specific time on it, having an understanding of what potential replacement time frames look like as a part of a tender consideration, and that would vary for different aircraft types. Giving the industry space to do what you're looking to do, which is to upgrade your fleet.
Correct.
Yeah. How do you manage, you talk about your targeted loan program, or your, how do you manage the viability side of things? Because in a lot of circumstances, somebody's viable till they're not, and that creates an issue. How do you manage that side of what sort of parameters do you think would be required in that sense to manage those issues?
I'll have to take that one on notice. I mean, there'd be a lot of things that the government would need from an operator. It'd be quite an exhaustive list, I'd imagine, because obviously you need certainty that that operator's going to succeed with that investment. Yeah, that's a hard one as well. Yeah.
The regulated routes question, which is something that we've discussed here this morning, it's come up before, including in previous inquiries. How are you interested in that particular program, and what are the restrictions from your point of view in engaging with it and the flexibility of it, given that they appear to be effectively a historical configuration but haven't necessarily looked at the changing market?
We're very interested in those long distance air service contracts from TMR, and that's why we have engaged them and said, can you look at giving the industry a longer lead time into when you're going to go to tender, and giving that award date separation from commencement at least 12 months, because we've expressed our interest in wanting to bid or tender with new aircraft. Yeah, so we've made those representations to the Transport Department.
So including what the actual routes are?
I mean, I'm not too sure. They come out with the set routes that are there. I can't really comment on.
Yeah. Well, we heard this morning conversations about my recollection of, say, one of the regulated routes, which is basically a loop from Brisbane up round through Cloncurry and some of the smaller communities, and then back into Townsville. It's sort of like a loop that runs around backwards and forwards. Was operated by Rex, I think, last time I looked at it. But that route hasn't changed, and there are other communities that aren't part of the network, if you like.
Yeah.
Have you had any conversations in relation to the expansion of the network?
I've gone in I have one goal in mind, which was to get those.
Just to get into the system.
Just get the extensions, or have a long lead time on the tender. I've stopped short there. Yeah.
This is probably more a statement than anything else. You talked about some of the costs having to go through the terminal and the costs of security and all of those things, which then get loaded up on the ticket, and those costs falling on regional airlines. But at the end of the day, those costs fall on regional customers, don't they? I mean, that's the ones who pay the bill at the end of the day, is the...
Correct, yeah. But like I said before, yes, they're paying for it, but the higher the ticket price, the less patronage you're going to get as well.
So there's
and then that sort of shrinks the market as well. Yeah.
Can I just get you to go to the importance of schedule and price? I'd just be interested in your perspective on that in terms of how a market develops or grows. You've been through that process with what you're doing at the moment. You started with 2 or 3 flights a day, one day, 2 days the next, and you've built it over time.
Yeah.
But just the importance of schedule as well as price as a part of developing a market.
And just in that context, with indulgence, Senator Colbeck, Mr. Barker, were you here for Mr. Barker's evidence?
I was for most of it, yes.
Yeah, so he talked about discrepancies in the price for a fare between Cairns and Bamagar on different days, and the fluctuation could be from $570 one way through to $366 for the same trip, right? So interested in the context of answering that question as to how to what extent could those fluctuations be evened out to provide a more consistent...
Yeah, I can't comment on the operator that does the Bamagar service and how they do it, so I can't comment there. I can talk about what we do and how we run our local fare scheme in conjunction with the Queensland Government. We don't yield manage those, and I'm very proud to say that we don't.
So what does that mean?
That means the fare to the customer is fluctuating depending on demand.
So you've got a flat price structure.
We've got a flat price on our local fare residents. So our public regular or saver or flex fares, they're based on how many seats are remaining. But when it comes to the local fare scheme and local residents and vulnerable residents of those communities, we do a fixed price. So it doesn't matter if there's 12 seats left on the plane or there's one. We do a flat fee, and that price ranges depending on the network or what port it's going to, from $110 to $190, depending on the route. And on that component adds on the $200 subsidy that we get from the Queensland Government. So, for example, that $110 I'm talking about is actually a $310 fare in total. The resident pays the $110. We get the $200 from the government. Yeah. So that way, if a resident needs to fly in an emergency the very next day, they know what they're going to pay. And you know, I think when you're, I don't want to come across self-righteous here. I think when you're
We do all the time.
when you've got the lives of these people in your hands and you're in control of essentially national infrastructure such as regional connectivity, I think there is a moral imperative there for an operator to have in mind that these are people, and I mean, and that's good too, because then those residents can count on those fares being available, and so they can plan around that too. And then we've seen an uptick in volume as well. So it's actually, it's helped us in the end as well, because we've seen a massive growth in the uptake on those local residents using that local fare scheme. And then in turn, we've increased the amount of frequency we're doing. And then with that increase in frequency, people are able to do more day trips. And then therefore the cycle goes on. Yeah.
Is it possible for you to quantify that in any way? I'm just thinking of some other markets Senator DeLuga and I would know well.
We have a little bit of an axe to grind, don't we, Richard?
Yeah, it's been ground down a fair bit. Would there be a way to quantify that? Because it's a really interesting point for some of those completely dependent communities that
I think fixed
the
fares.
system works for them, but also supports the airline in a way that keeps it strong and viable, but also supports the community.
Yeah.
I mean, how would we look at a measure of that?
I don't know. I'll have to think on that.
Because there's been evidence in other parts where there's been 2 flights that are 2/3 full at competitive rate, they turn them into 1 flight at high yield rates, totally chock-a-block, and the airline profits more.
Correct.
But the community suffers because of that.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and your point about the 4 flights a day, and the reason I say that's a good service or good schedule is I suppose that's what some of us live coming from regional communities.
Yeah, and
so a good schedule, good connectivity, reasonable price.
Yeah.
I mean, all of those things add up.
Correct, and I'm a big believer in fixed fares for regional communities. And we're not regulated to do that. We're not told to do that. We just do it.
But how do you know, has this person got a different booking method? How do you know who qualifies for this? So I don't just go on your website and see your normal fares. How do I qualify?
They get issued with a letter of eligibility from the council.
Yep.
And then they need to present that to us, and then they can book over the phone. We've developed an online booking system as well, where they can upload the information, we approve it, and that way those residents can just book any time they like as well.
So basically they register with you as a local resident, you understand who they are, and so when they make a booking
but
through the system.
With Cooktown, Cooktown's not actually eligible for the local fare scheme for the government, so there's no subsidy there, but we do offer a local fare that they can book in person at the local pub. And it's a fixed fare as well.
So it's actually good business for you as well to do that, because it actually builds and strengthens your business because it grows the business.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you really, I'm sure if we did some sort of yield management and, we could change those prices a bit. I'm sure we could find a way to make more money on that. I just don't think it's the right thing to do. But I mean, it also benefits us as our reputation grows through, and it makes us easier to expand as well, and hopefully get support.
So it's good for business
Oh, yes.
by being predictable, understandable,
Yep.
and having a good schedule.
Yeah, it's really simple stuff. Hey. Yeah.
Can I repeat your words, Senator Delega? I hope Qantas and Virgin are listening.
We look forward to talking in Canberra.
And that's also been our secret to why we've grown from 3 ports to 20 ports, from 3 to 20 ports over the last 5 years. And we've expanded with that same sort of model and ethos in mind. And we hope to continue doing that, and with our rollout of our new aircraft as well.
Does the pricing structure provide a level of predictability for you as well?
Not, I mean, if you yield manage it, you can also get predictability on that as well. So I wouldn't say.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Business model, not a difference. Yeah.
Yeah. It's more community minded, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Scarr?
Yeah, so two areas of questions from me, and I think my colleagues have really dealt with much of the content already. So I just want to explore some areas where I think we haven't necessarily delved as far as we can. The Great Red Moat. What is the Great Red Moat?
Well, if you were going to ask me why we're not looking at larger aircraft, I was going to refer to that and say that's our answer.
Right. And what is it?
It's
Got a kangaroo on its tail.
correct.
It's Qantas.
It's Qantas, yeah, and like I've said in that submission, we have no interest in operating aircraft of that similar capacity as Qantas, and yeah, I think you're mad to do so.
Sure.
So and notwithstanding that, I think the market really needs that 20-seater aircraft anyway. But if someone did come to us and give us heaps of money to say, do you want upskill on an 80-seater aircraft? Actually, that's actually happened with the mine.
Yeah,
We've said no because we're playing an infinite game, and we don't see a future in that. Not with the Great Red Moat, as I call it.
Okay.
It's too strong.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I hope the ACCC's listening too. You gave an illustrative example in your submission in relation to government employees
Yeah.
travelling to Cape York, and I might just read this to put it on the record.
Yeah.
And thank you for sharing this, right?
Yeah.
And we're not seeking to. The reason you brought forward this illustrative example is just to underline the
Correct.
dynamics. You're not casting aspersions
Yeah.
on anyone, are you?
No.
No. This is really just basic psychology, right?
Yeah.
So by way of practical example, we are aware of instances where government employees travelling to Cape York communities have elected to fly via Horn Island on major carrier services, Qantas, in order to retain loyalty status and access associated benefits,
Yeah.
despite the availability of direct regional services to Bamagar. In these cases, travellers accept higher airfares, additional travel time, including onward sea transport, in preference to lower cost, more direct alternatives. These decisions were consistent with existing travel policies and reflected rational individual incentives. However, when repeated across agencies, they materially reinforce market concentration and reduce effective competition.
Yeah.
End quote. So that's what you're saying is the government procurement policies themselves
Correct.
and in a way dovetailing with the Great Red Moat to provide an outcome which is contrary to the outcome you want to promote competition.
Yeah.
And in some cases, it's irrational from the view of the taxpayer.
Correct.
There's a way in which someone can travel from A to B more quickly and cheaper,
Yeah.
but because of all the associated benefits involved in loyalty programs, etc., the decision making's being distorted. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that would happen all the time. And I'd probably do it too. I mean, if the government's paying for my travel as a government worker, well, I would probably prefer to go on the flight that I might get some Qantas points that I can help book my family holiday.
We don't get government points. I'm not saying, unfairly.
Yeah.
I don't think government employees get points.
They don't. That's their travel provider has removed points from them as well.
Yeah.
Well, Australian, is there a difference between Australian and
That's
state?
what I don't know.
I don't know if it's state governments, but
Yeah.
federal government.
Maybe state governments, yeah.
Yeah. So they could.
Yeah.
Not allowed.
So there could be a difference between.
But I mean, that's only one part. You've got the lounge access.
Yeah.
You've got the lounge access. You've got the.
Can I ask a question related to this?
Sure.
So do you have knowledge whether if we go on a corporate flight provider, so big corporations have FCM or
Yeah.
things like that. What's ours? I forget what ours is now. CTM.
Yeah.
Are your flights uploaded into that? I can book
Correct.
flight system. Right. Okay.
And we're not affected by this.
Yep.
But I'm just giving that as
No.
evidence as to why we, as a business, wouldn't invest in an aircraft size that would be in the capacity of Qantas.
But your current flights are. If I wanted to go to what are your community flights?
Yep,
I go through the CTM system.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah, because visibility is a problem sometimes when you don't know
Yeah.
what's there, and you land here and they go, oh, now you've got to get
Yeah.
a charter because we don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And then in your summary, in terms of this submission, you say the Great Red Mode is not a regulatory failure or a safety issue. It's a structural market feature created by loyalty schemes, behavioural incentives and institutional practices. Until it is acknowledged, attempts to expand competition in the large regional market are likely to continue failing. Sustainable regional aviation requires not only financial and regulatory reform, but also a reassessment of how public and institutional travel decisions shape market outcomes, end quote. So does that mean that, I'm interested in your thoughts as to practically what government should do, but obviously there's amongst that is a call for governments to reflect on how they arrange travel for their staff, for their employees, so that one of the considerations is to support competition in regional aviation services, because it's so important for the government employees to be able to get to where they need to get to, but they also represent quite a large portion of the market. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
So they have a material impact. How those air services are procured by government employees has a material impact on the market.
Yeah. You guys are big spenders across federal and state levels. Yeah.
Okay, well, you're making us all nervous.
But we were talking about that earlier about our requirement to buy flex fares versus the thing. They are a fundamentally higher fare.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Booking flex fares. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what percentage of the airfares, say, that you offer are going to? What percentage of the seats are going to government employees or employees of government agencies? Any idea? Even a ballpark?
I would say 60-70% of our travel is government employees or
60
or
or
NGOs.
70% government employees or NGOs.
Yeah, and if not, they've been contracted by government to service those communities.
So that's a huge proportion.
Yeah.
So government does, through its own procurement practices,
Yeah.
can have a material impact in this space, yeah?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the second area of questions I just want to take you to are in relation to your submission for a national classification framework for regional airport accessibility.
Yeah.
So as I understand your submission, there are a number of ways in which airports are considered in terms of their certification around safety and security, etc. But there are key elements which are absent from the ranking or assessment of regional airports.
That's
so
right.
what are those key elements that are missing at the moment?
We're not asking if they've really been supportive of regional travel, and one of those things is proportionality in charging. And I think that consistency needs to be across the whole country. We were fortunate enough that we had a good relationship with Cairns Airport. I was able to come to them with an anomaly they have in their charging framework. With our Sky Careers, we've got to move into the domestic apron. and they have a charge for overnight parking that is the same if you're parking a 737 or a Sky Courier. So your charge is $800 for a Sky Courier, and if Singapore Airlines parks their 737 there, it'll be $800, for example. And so I've had those really productive conversations with Richard Barker, and he saw that as anomaly in his charging, and they're working to fix that. But that is just one example, and we're just fortunate enough to have Cairns Airport to help us with that. I don't know about other operators with other airports around the country, but that's just a really good example of, I think there should be some sort of classificational framework for airports to make sure and to enforce proportionality charging for regional travel.
So you got fixed cost, you got variable cost. So in relation to, say, parking, there's I'm just trying to work out how it works, because there's you're going to take up a certain amount of space. You've got bigger aircraft, you take up a larger amount of space. But there's if you park a Rolls Royce in a car park, or you park a Volkswagen in the same car park, if you go to a car park, you pay the same amount, right? Even though one's more valuable than the other. But I guess you're talking about proportionality in terms of passengers, so...
passengers, and, well, how much room that aircraft takes up on the apron as well.
Yeah.
And weight.
Yeah.
And weight, as Senator Colbeck says.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I thought I would actually offer a solution.
No, that's great.
So,
no, I thought it was... it's... well, I think certainly, Chair, from my perspective, it'd be interesting to put this to the government officials. And
I've heard that parking fee somewhere else before, really high parking fee at another airport, but it was a bigger airport.
Yeah.
Had no interest in changing it, because I guess they don't yield as much from the passenger charge, so they just think, buggy, I'll get you on this. Yeah.
correct, and that's what I was saying. We were fortunate that
Yeah.
Cairns Airport's been willing to work with us and be supportive of us, but that's not the case with most other airports.
Actually, I think it was Darwin, remember, when we were in the hangar and it wasn't in a formal hearing, they were telling us to park. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And congratulations on everything you've achieved.
Thank you very much.
It's a really positive story, and our Tasmanian friends are going to go back to Tasmania and be talking about what's achieved with Cooktown, no doubt.
Thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken questions on notice, I think you have. Especially, can you please provide them back by Friday, the 28th of August? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Right. We're now going to video conference. Do we need time? We're on already? Right. Via video conference, I now welcome Miss Kelly Bandit from Toowoomba Wellcamp Airport. Ms. Bandit, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committee has been provided to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and capacity in which you appear today?
Kelly Bandit, General Manager of Wellcamp Airport, Toowoomba.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement?
So the biggest statement that I would like to make is support is definitely needed for regional connectivity, regional aviation. It's been spoken about for a long, long time, but we're still waiting to see some traction. So the support is needed.
Open up to questions. I will throw to Senator DeLaga.
Thanks very much. Good morning. Thanks for coming along. First question is, what passenger freight and emergency response functions distinguish Wellcamp from other regional airports?
So one of the biggest things for Wellcamp Airport is we are a privately funded and operated regional airport. Where we are situated is strategically located between Amberley and Oakey. We are a 24/7 airport. We are not restricted with slot times. We are not restricted with curfews. We are not restricted with an airspace. So we are open for business for all sorts of emergency services at any time of the day, 365 days a year.
Great. Which and also Following on, which federally mandated costs have the largest effect on Wellcam's cost base, and can you quantify their per passenger impact?
So, I mean, there's multiple, questions in that one response. From a regional airport, and being privately owned yes, it comes down to the smaller aircrafts or passenger numbers that are not required for screening. Example, like when we'll do passengers through to the Western Corridor, there's not a requirement for those passengers to be screened. So that we still have to open up and operate the airport, whether there be 150 flights or one flight in that one day. So when it comes down to the cost for us to be able to provide the same connectivity for someone from a mainline port to be able to get them to a regional port, it's the same cost regardless, but we don't have the requirements as such to carry out that those regional flights, but we still operate it because they need it.
And so, do you have any idea of the screening costs that might be incurred for that per passenger? Is that the same as Cairns, like $6 and $6 for? Sorry, and 13 for.
So, yeah. So, for example, when you're talking screening costs, so on a screened flight, that gets stipulated by the airline. So if an airline states that they don't need a screened flight, you don't need to open up those screening costs. But most airports also will have a passenger cost. So passenger costs are usually, they'll vary about, anywhere from $6 to $8 for a passenger. That means passengers coming through the terminal and utilising the facilities within the terminal. But a screening cost is an additional cost where it's security screening.
And so if you had do you have a smaller carrier that might go through, obviously where there isn't a requirement to screen, but you might also have a larger carrier. Can you differentiate and separate those travellers so the people who don't need to be screened can still get on their aircraft and not incur those costs?
Yeah. So, like, for example, Rex, when it travels through Wellcamp, so when it comes from the Western Corridor, they're not screened passengers when they're coming back in. So, therefore, these passengers will come to the airport, but we still provide the full service from a passenger point of view, but they don't need to be screened. From a regional perspective, it's a matter of if we have, for example, a Qantas flight, so a commercial flight that's on, they're all screened. If there was a Rex flight at the same time, those passengers would still go through the screening process, but we wouldn't charge them that screening fee because there's no requirement. But they'd still be screened.
And it still costs you, though, to do the screening?
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got your staff. Yeah, staff are actually there there anyway. So it's not as though it's a per use fee as such, but our staff are there within that time frame. That's the difference regionally, that you don't, with these regional flights. Like for a regional flight for Rex, for example, when it leaves Brisbane, they will go through screening. So all passengers that get on that Rex flight are already screened to come through. For our passengers here that get on into Toowoomba, because it's not a required service to be screened, they will go straight through and go through a boarding to get onto the flight.
Thank you. That's handy. And from your perspective, do smaller airports actually face identical requirements to capital city gateways, or have you got different risk-based approaches in the regulatory system?
So when it comes down to, clearly safety is number one, and there's no deviation from anything like that. So it doesn't matter what sort of airport, a safety requirement, it is all the same. But when it comes down to, for example, the regulatory reporting that needs to be done, it can be stretched out, where I don't want to use acronyms or get it too confusing, but when we do like an obstacle review or an electrical technical review or an API review at an airport, based on your passenger numbers per year, depends if you've got to do that annually or every 2 years, for example. And those sorts of reports can be anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 to $30,000 every time you need to run one of those reports. So passenger numbers it does depict that. So for a very small regional airport, they wouldn't be required to do it as often as one of your mainline ports.
Thank you very much. I've just got a couple more questions about a uniform national levy. Would you see a national uniform levy create cross-subsidies from passengers using airports that generate fewer security costs?
Look, I think, yes, a standard levy needs to be put in place because it's the security requirements. We want everywhere to be safe. And, you know, it is something that for a security to actually operate the security part of an airport is very high, not just for the people part of it, but the actual equipment. So there's a lot of calibrating on equipment, and regardless of how many times it's used, for example, but these are high costs that are put on straight to the airport. So if there was a standard passenger levy or a standard requirement, and it could be something very simple of, a basic screening on passengers, or a levy put in place, a lot of regional airports would implement staff to carry out those, but at least the costs would be supported and not just up to the airline to provide this service, but actually it has to come at a cost to them to provide the service.
And I guess that goes into suggestions on how you would prevent a national levy from weakening the incentives for efficient procurement and cost control at individual airports.
Look, I think it might be a scaled levy. For example, like if you're wanting to implement it, airports that are doing higher passengers. And look, this is probably being very, very protective of a regional airport because I don't believe it should go to the people. Whether someone's wanting to travel from a remote area in Queensland or from a main line, they should not be penalised because there's fewer flights that go there. But I do believe a lot of your major airports, based on your passenger number, maybe their levies should be higher to support some of the regionals.
And just finally, would direct federal funding for operating security costs create an ongoing fiscal commitment that grows as airport activity expands?
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Scarr.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Ms. Bandit, for attending our inquiry, and congratulations to you and the team at Wellcamp Airport for everything that's been achieved. In the conclusion to your submission, you refer to the fact that, in your view, Australia's regional aviation sector is at a critical juncture. Why do you think have we been leading up to this critical juncture, and what is the pathway from this point in time in terms of where we may go?
I think the biggest thing is that regional connectivity is at a point where it needs the support, it needs some attention, and it actually, like the people out in the regional areas, they need the opportunity now for the state and federal governments to actually get on board and support these regional airports to open up this connectivity. And I'm talking on behalf of Wellcamp, where we are an airport. Yes, we're an hour and a half outside of Brisbane. We don't ever want to be a mainline port, but we're happy to actually be a solution to the bigger problems that there are. And that is where we can be the spine for the connection in Queensland. And we're talking, Queensland, and there is a number of other regional ports and regional airports that would benefit from the same support if they were given that opportunity. Where people out in regional Queensland, they have the same healthcare commitments or treatments or need specialist appointment, education, essential government services. It's all the same needs basis as a main line, but yet we provide them no connectivity and no support, or very, very limited connectivity, where in order for them to be able to, example, go to a basic doctor, they have to connect 3 flights or pay 3 times the amount of money. Now, for these airlines who put on there, why should it be a different price for someone to travel? If they went from Brisbane to Roma, it might cost them $200, where an airline might turn around and say, okay, well, from Wellcamp to Roma, it'll cost you $500. Now, from an airport point of view, we don't stipulate the cost on flights. We don't stipulate the schedule of when these flights operate. We're an airport and we are open for business. We're happy to support this connectivity, but are being overlooked. And whether it comes down to more regulated services that can support regional connectivity, because these are the areas that are growing and they are developing, and they need to be able to get the opportunity to have the same transport and connectivity as anywhere else. But it's constantly being overlooked. We've got regional areas where we're pushing for growth when it comes to housing or economic growth and sustainable support. Well, it's growing in the regional areas, but yet we're not providing them with the capability to grow because we're limiting them and saying, no, there's no flights out of these regional airports. You've got to make your own way, get back on the road or buses or transport, get back onto a main line where we've got the opportunity of regional airports. Use them.
So coming back to this use of the phrase critical juncture, what it suggests to me is that it's your submission that if something isn't done now to address this issue, it could be harder to fix it later. So unless an investment is made now to fix the issues or assist addressing the issues, a greater investment might be needed later. Is that
Well, the thing is we need to rebuild it. That's the problem. When it comes down to, I was hearing Skytrains before when you're talking parking charges. Now, for example, talking parking charges here at Wellcamp, from a mainline, if you parked an aircraft at Brisbane, it'll probably cost you $2,000 to $3,000 a night. Okay, they're happy to pay that. Or, but from a regional port, we don't have those extraordinary costs. So why not start to work a little bit closer with the regional ports and and have these conversations? What could you offer for this? What could we do differently? Some pressure needs to be put on airlines, and they need to be incentivised to support it. I get it. There has to be something in it for everyone because that's how it's everyone. It's a business for them. Incentivise these airlines to start to take the pressure off the main line and support some of the regionals. And then they may then operate more regional flights to give that whole connectivity, and therefore it satisfies and supports regional communities for the critical services. But if we don't support it, these regional airports, they can't keep up with the maintenance. They can't do it, but yet their towns are growing with people, but now we've taken off the capability for them to connect. So the support needs to be now, as whether it be additional airport infrastructure to enable these airlines to fly in there, incentives for the airlines to use regional connectivity and regional airports, increase the regional routes to allow people to travel seamlessly, and it needs to be long-term, not just short-term. It's got to be long-term.
Okay, so I just want to move on to paragraphs 8 and 9 of your submission. So in paragraph 8, have you got the submission there in front of you?
Let me just get it. Hang on a moment. Yes, I do. Yep.
Okay, so if you go to section 8, that's on page 4 of your submission, I think we've canvassed the first one, equitable security funding mechanisms. The second one, risk-based regulatory frameworks tailored to airport size and service mix. Can you give some examples of where you think under the existing system the regulatory framework isn't risk-based and it's not tailored to airport size and service mix? What are some concrete examples? And feel free, if you want to take any of these on notice, feel free to do so.
That's okay. So, for example, you have, and again, I'm only talking about Wellcamp Airport, we can cater for every aircraft type. So therefore, when it's stipulated that they'll only put on a small aircraft with, carrying minimal seats, they're not utilising the capability of this airport. Smaller aircraft, a lot of the time, cost more money to run. So if they were looking at the sustainability and the tailoring to an airport, actually go in and look at what the airport's capabilities are, rather than just can it totally. When we're talking about a service mix...
Sorry to interrupt you. Well, why isn't that happening now? What's the barrier? What's the issue?
It's an airline question. That's an airline question because they control their fleets. We don't. We're the airport. So that's where airlines, like, for example, on a Dash aircraft, it costs a lot more money to operate a Dash aircraft and you're limited to 74 seats, even though a sector could be warranted on an E190 service to do 120 seats, but yet it'll cost you less, you get more passengers to travel, and the revenue will increase, but an airline won't put on an additional service there because it's not worth it to do regional routes that way. They're not as important as far as that's what they're concerned. It is your main golden triangle. So your Sydney, Melbournes and Brisbanes will use those services, but airports can cater for these and the people need it, but we need the airlines are the ones that put the aircrafts.
Okay. Any other concrete examples you can give us in terms of this risk-based regulatory framework that you think is disadvantaging airports like Wellcamp?
When it comes down to tailoring for the airport size, so you've got something, for example, you would do Roma is another example for regional connectivity, but it's very minimal and they'll utilise prop aircraft to constantly fly out there rather than servicing a jet aircraft. So these airports can cater for it.
Okay.
But they won't utilise it.
All right, let's move to the next point. You've got long-term performance-based funding programs rather than ad hoc grants. So can you give us a concrete example?
Okay. Yeah. So something where they did like post-COVID to encourage international cargo operators on a bilateral agreement into Australia. Do something like that for regional connectivity. So we put it to the airlines and these incentives to operate these routes on a long-term basis and, based on the performance where we're doing our own homework at the moment to figure out, what services are needed from our region. And, we've got five top destinations where there's an appetite out there. So we've done that off ours rather than just a service could be for 3 months over a seasonal period, and it might just be because a mine wants it, and I've got a pure example of one at the moment where we operate charters and they're ad hoc charters, and it'll go from here to Emerald. Well, that's stopping now because there's no longer needed.
Okay.
Or otherwise, Rex might put on an extra flight, for example, and it'll go out to Longreach, and that will be just over a period of time, and it could be just catering for the school holidays.
Okay, and then I'll move on to paragraph 9, where you talk about previous inquiries and government responses. So clearly there seems to be a concern that there have been a number of previous inquiries, and
Yes.
there hasn't been action taken on these on the outcomes of those inquiries. And here we are
Yeah.
as a Senate committee having
Yeah.
another inquiry. Can I just get you to expand on that
Again.
concern?
Sure. Well, we hosted a number of roundtables here when we had GMR actually come up here, because they had advised us that there is a huge appetite to support regional connectivity and to support regional airports that are already open for business, not requiring infrastructure build. So we spend all of this time to go out and, canvass people, talk to people. Would this be of interest, of importance? Absolutely. Yes, it would. Gather all this information, and then crickets. Nothing. And then you hear it again.
Sorry.
We're looking at regional...
So who was,
Yeah, sorry.
who was that
Transport and Main Roads.
TMR, right? And when was that,
Correct. So-
when was that done?
That was done in it was October or November last year. And we had, all of the councils involved, Roma, knowing that this is something that it would be wholly and solely supported. The people want it, from all of the emergency services, education, health, tourism, like every avenue of regional connectivity would warrant these services.
Okay.
But now cricket.
Let's move, that's the state domain. Let's move to the federal domain. Any particular inquiries or that you had in mind where the recommendations hadn't been implemented, or there hadn't been any feedback on what was happening?
Sure. Well, that's additional services, or where we're going with, regulated services or support on specific services. More direct services from, for example, WellCamp out to Longreach, or WellCamp out to Roma, or WellCamp out to Emerald. The inquiries were put out there, and we were advised that, yes, it's definitely something that is warranted, because the current flights at the moment that will go out of, example, Brisbane, passengers who are requiring medical, cancer treatment can't even get on a service because they're already pre-booked by, large organisations in Roma, so they can't get on there. The only opportunity for them is to do an 8-stop flight from WellCamp out. And we're looking into it, and nothing.
So who was organised? Who was involved in that process? Who was running that process?
That was the Transport Department of Main Roads. So,
the state level again.
Details. Yes, correct.
So anything at a
The
federal.
other thing is there was another federal grant that was Queensland Connectivity, a government grant that came out. And Manny Gill was there organising that. Now, I had multiple conversations with him. How can I support this? How can I get some government funding for these airlines to actually support regional connectivity? Organising times when these flights were coming into WellCamp and how we could connect them and try and get some sort of funding to get these flights to connect out to the Western Corridor.
And who was that with?
Yeah. That was with Qantas. And Qantas turned around to me and said that we don't believe that it is a sustainable, it's not sustainable to invest in regional connectivity, as if regional flights don't contribute to Qantas's profit.
And did you get that in writing?
Yeah.
Did you get something in writing from them?
Yes, I have.
Can I?
Even speaking last week with Mark DePaul, the new CEO of Qantas, they have stipulated, for example, I'm only talking on WellCamp, that they have not identified that this region as a growing, developing region that would require any more demand.
Okay. Can I ask you, to take on notice, which means you do it following this committee meeting. If I could ask you to provide a copy of that correspondence communication with
Sure.
which you had with
Yeah.
Qantas.
Yeah, I can, and I've got it all on writing where they actually stated that if I would like any more additional flights in a regional airport, that it would come at my cost of $1.9 million and they wouldn't contribute. They don't, it's not a value. So we have, like in Toowoomba again, we have the new hospital being built. We have large international, infrastructure and companies coming here, a proposed option for Olympic Games, and still we get no attention because we are regional.
So
It's not important.
Let's just clearly get that on the record. So you're saying Qantas said if you want additional flights, it's going to cost you,
We pay for it.
WorldCamp, an extra 1.9 million. Is that correct?
For one flight a day on a Tuesday only. That is it. And that's what, if I would like that, I have to pay.
$1.9 million.
Correct.
And where would that flight be from?
So that was an additional flight to go from Sydney to WorldCamp, then to be able to connect to the Western Corridor, because that was the option for this Connecting Queensland grant on how we can connect and grow Queensland regionally. And that was an option to, if we get an additional flight, we can get additional flights out west. So to cater for the tourism and hospitality and working and to get that. And they said, if you want that to support regional Queensland, that's what we'll do. We'll get an aircraft, but it'll cost you $1.9 million.
And that Connect Queensland grant is through the state government, yeah?
It's called Connecting Queensland. Yeah, every option that I tried for Connecting Queensland, it was a no-go. So I don't know where the $120 million would go to, because every option I tried from a regional perspective, and that is for regional freight and cargo. I'm trying to even get a cargo operation that would do a flight from WorldCamp to Roma to Thargomindah back to WorldCamp, for example, to again support whether it be medical, blood, business, oil, gas, whatever. And it's still, as soon as you get regional, you're not important.
So how did Qantas calculate the $1.9 million?
I don't know. I've got a flat figure. That's what they advised me.
So they didn't provide any explanation with respect to how they calculated that?
It's based on their senior scheduling officer, on the type of aircraft used, the cost to actually run that aircraft and crew, and then they would calculate it, and obviously, their operational costs, and that's where they came up with that cost.
Okay, and you've got that in writing from them?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Well, if you could provide
And
that to the committee.
stating that they don't deem this region as a growing regional area,
Okay.
and it wouldn't contribute to their profit.
Okay. If you could provide that copy of that correspondence to the committee, that'd be terrific. Thank you.
Senator Colbeck? I'm stunned if you've got any questions after that. Not going to
Look, you can hear my frustration. I am the biggest advocate for regional connectivity. You know what? Someone should not be penalised because they're on a domestic flight and they need to go and get medical treatment. Their seat from Roma shouldn't be 3 times the amount if they're flying from Roma to WorldCamp as what they would going on a commercial operation into Brisbane. Like, what are they sicker? Like, no, they're not. Like, they need the support, they need the attention, and they need consideration regionally just as much as our main lines do.
So when we were talking to North Queensland airports earlier, they were talking about their demand modelling and how they then applied that to their conversations with the airlines, who also do their own demand modelling when you're telling us the outcomes of that conversation. And they talked about the fact that they contracted some of their demand modelling out to organisations that specialise in that. So what work have you done in terms of your demand modelling for what you see as demand in your communities and surrounding communities, feeder communities, if you like, that looks different to what the airlines are saying to you?
Yeah. Look, keeping in mind also when we are talking a lot of other regional or other airports, a lot of them are either council or government owned. We sit very differently a lot of the time because we are privately owned. So when it comes down to when you're saying demand modelling, a lot of information now is held by the airlines because people use, their phones and the apps. They don't come to counters and so forth. So they're not going to relinquish any of that. You can get and do just surveys or quizzes and that type of thing. For us, from a demand, we've gone out socially. So that's on every social media platform that we have gone out, plus also created our own, you could say, a lobbyist group as such of all the major businesses in our region. We've engaged with TISB, which is a group that will do the Toowoomba and Surat Basin, and it's a consortium of businesses and councillors and groups. And we've also very well supported by our Chamber of Commerce. So what we've done is we've gone out and got all letters of support from major businesses. We've also gone out onto social media and to be, for example, like, where would you be travelling to and what's the best days and times, etc. And then created these round tables. So from our round tables here, where we then, this was very much then delivered to Ros Bates as well, but with our round tables, it was a matter of having the head of Queensland Health for this region at the head of multiple CEOs from the hospitals here, schoolings here, and we gathered all of these groups to say, where is your demand? Like, what is it that you would need? Even down to the university here. So they will say that their booking engines for university travel all gets done in Canberra, for example, through an online booking agency, where they wouldn't utilise a regional airport because to them it's like Queensland. Well, the only place in Queensland, there are only 3 airports in Queensland, and that's Cairns, Townsville or Brisbane. That's it. No other airports in Queensland. So even though these people are from here and they could fly out regionally, a lot of the booking agents wouldn't utilise and book regionally. So that gets overlooked. And so for us, it's really gathering and getting the support from all of those bodies, which I have multiple letters of support, like constantly ongoing with strategic ideas of how we can actually get it out there to finally be recognised and noticed that regional airports, they're the spine of Queensland. So why we're so underutilised, and the need is there and the demand is there, but we're just overlooked.
I was going to ask you what you saw as being the key drivers for airline attraction, but it doesn't look as though you've found what they are. In fact, to the contrary. The key drivers for airline attraction, but it sounds like you're really struggling with that.
Well, the thing is, when you talk to airlines, and we can have multiple meetings, and the people will say, hey, just look to the airlines. Look, it's not as easy as that. We're not going to sit there and underwrite a sector. Like at $1.9 million every time you want to bring in an additional dash aircraft, that's no business. From what you hear out in the marketplace to attract, for example, Jetstar to come into WorldCamp to be able to have that interstate connectivity, they need to know that 90% of that aircraft will be full at all times. Now, when you look at other council or government-owned airports, they've clearly got some sort of formal or some sort of agreements in there that will underwrite those. But it's getting from an airline's point of view, they, at the end of the day, they want the top dollar for the sector. People want frequent flyer lounges, and the cost per seat to travel. And that, a lot of the time, all of that is driven by the airline, not by the people and not by the airport.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Just checking. Thank you very much for your evidence. If you've taken questions on notice, I know you've taken a document. If we respond by the Friday, the 28th of August, would be wonderful. Thank you for your
No
time.
worries.
We'll now proceed
Cheers.
to a lunch break and return at 1:15 p.m. Mr. Anthony Curo and Ms. Belinda Carlson from the Cooperative Research Centre for Developing Northern Australia. Welcome. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Is that correct? Correct. Right. Will you please state, we'll start with this, I'll go across, your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Ms. Belinda Carlson, in the capacity of Engagement and Impact Lead with the Cooperative Research Centre for Developing Northern Australia.
Yes, and Mr. Anthony Curo, Chief Executive Officer at the CRC for Northern Australia.
Now, I'm aware that we have a hard deadline of 2 o'clock for you guys. Thank you for appearing today. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes. First, I'll just start with a little bit of context and then I'll make an opening statement. So we're not aviation experts. We're coming from a research and development perspective, also a Northern Australia perspective, and also economic activity or economic development perspective. So we just wanted to frame that in the way we're moving forward. So the CRCNA's central message is that reliable and affordable aviation is essential infrastructure for Northern Australia. Across rural, regional and remote communities, aviation supports access to healthcare, education, employment and government services. It enables tourism, workforce mobility, freight, investment and emergency response. In many locations, there is no practical alternative. The sector operates within structurally thin markets shaped by long distances, dispersed populations, seasonal demand and limited economies of scale. These challenges are compounded by high fuel and logistical costs, workforce shortages, ageing infrastructure, limited maintenance capability, and regulatory costs that are often largely fixed regardless of passenger numbers. As a result, uniform national requirements can have highly unequal regional consequences. Costs that can be absorbed across millions of passengers at major airports may render a remote service marginal or unviable. CRCNA therefore recommends a more proportionate and system-wide policy approach. This should include equitable recovery of mandated security and regulatory costs, differentiated arrangements to low-volume services, long-term investment in aviation, and supportive infrastructure, stronger regional impact assessment, and explicit recognition of the needs of remote and First Nations communities. The key point is that regional aviation cannot be treated solely as a commercial market. It delivers substantial public, economic and social value, and policy settings should reflect that value.
Thank you very much. I'll kick off, so you'll look at that. So when it comes to you speak about local Indigenous communities, you talk about rural and remote communities, nowhere more so than up here we are in Western Australia where we went to Kununurra as well. What are the effects of the shortage of aviation? What are the real tangible differences you see in people's well-being because of the lack of access?
Well, I'll come back to the point around sometimes there's no other practical alternative solutions. And
wet season, there is no way.
Yeah, no, that's the only point of access. So I might just hand to Belinda just to give a couple of examples of what we've experienced.
So particularly in a remote Northern Australia context for remote and regional communities, health, wellbeing and health service delivery would have to be the single biggest concern with aviation services. A lot of our communities are cut off in the wet season and so they're entirely reliant on accessing metropolitan or regional towns for those health services. There's also the social wellbeing factor of being connected with community and other services that transport enables. Also from an economic perspective, a lot of it through our research, particularly in aquaculture, which we're doing a lot of investment with First Nations communities, we have some examples in the Northern Territory where we're supporting very thriving economic activity through blacklip rock oyster development in really remote coastlines.
Blacklip
rock oyster, yes, it's a native species to tropical Northern Australia. But we actually rely on aircraft to bring in the spat supply of those baby oysters, which are grown at the Darwin Aquaculture Centre, and then they're dispersed to around 6 different coastal communities in the Northern Territory, all of that requiring light aircraft to get those spat to those communities where they then harvest and farm the oysters. Our research has been able to demonstrate that there is actually commercial viability in this product, and we're very excited around what those market opportunities look like. But a huge factor in that is we know we can grow the oysters, we know we can harvest them, we can grow them to market size, but how do we ensure that we have that support to get them to market? Yeah. We have, there's barge services and other things, but you're looking at days in terms of transport to get that in versus an hour on a charter flight, as an example.
Okay. The lots of different aspects between passengers, where we talk about health, where we talk about well-being of these communities across the north. I've been told, and I was just checking, that a lot of, especially on maternity, women giving birth in troubles have to come to a situation like this. Have we had examples where that hasn't been able to happen because of flights? So they've got to spend some period of time here, this month or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, so this would be all anecdotal. We don't have hard evidence on that. But I have personally lived in Arnhem Land for 10 years and have had a number of friends and close relatives who, during their pregnancies, have had to transfer into Darwin, often 6 weeks out from their due date. That will vary, obviously, depending on health matters relating to those patients. But it's a huge disruption to community, and particularly when you apply that in a cultural context as well, and the support that people receive within their communities. It's a huge disruption, and the social and the well-being factors that come with that, regardless of the medical side of it, are really troubling. Through CRCNA research, part of our portfolio includes remote health service delivery, and we've had a huge investment into telehealth services. We've really been supporting the workforce capacity side of telehealth, not so much the technology side of it, but essentially to ensure that it doesn't matter where you are in Northern Australia, you should have access to telehealth services. We're very proud of that investment and the outcomes that we're seeing, but that's only a tip of the iceberg into what the true ongoing support and access to services that people in remote and regional areas of the north require.
Okay. Previous group gave evidence. There are a airline, a group up here, and they talk about flat fees for local residents, giving certainty, something we, I think, all have not heard before. It's always been yield-based, and this was something we heard good. That certainty of being able to travel across the north, you talk about the economic level, you're talking about all of the health stuff. For people being able to plan their lives, make decisions, would a certainty of fares for local residents make a difference on
100%, yeah. In terms of, having that social connection back. A lot of relatives are down south or still within a 1 to 3 hour flying time from a lot of these locations. Booking your dentist appointment that you can't access in a lot of regions. Knowing that price remains and doesn't change. The volatility that we see in airline prices across Northern Australia is incredible. And obviously it's dry season now, so we see prices start to drop a bit as the tourists come up, and there's a lot of movement east and west in the north. But come September, October, when it's hot and no one wants to come up here, we start paying through the roof. And also from the perspective of delivering professional services in the north, the dry season is a very busy time for Northern Australians. That's not really when they're taking a break or having holidays. So knowing that you had that consistency throughout the year and not seasonally dependent would be a game changer.
And I'm not sure if it's in your space or not, because I've only just thought of this now. I probably should have asked a more aviation focus. We're talking airports, we're talking airlines, we're talking this. In these communities around North, are they just ALAs, approved landing areas, or are they proper? I don't know what they are in St George or some of these far. Are they proper airstrips or airports, or are they just approved landing areas, runways?
No, sorry.
You go because you've got the experience.
The majority are fully approved. Right. Back when the white paper on developing Northern Australia was released in 2015, there was actually an initiative and a measure in there around remote airstrips, and under the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications, they've had an ongoing remote, and I don't know the exact title, but it's something like Remote Regional Aviation Airstrips program that is continual. It's kind of like a rolling fund. I'm assuming it's still running.
All weather them to make...
Yeah, and a lot of the time that's really just to put fencing around so wild animals don't come in, and to have adequate lighting so planes can land any time of the day or night. That's about the extent of it, because the infrastructure on a lot of these airstrips is very basic.
Yeah. Okay.
Given the core role for your organisation is the development of Northern Australia, we've had some conversations with various witnesses today in relation to the regulated air routes, which are subsidised by government. Have you had any conversations, particularly with the Queensland government, in respect of the structure of that program. It seems to be very historical. Some were talking about the opportunity or querying why some ports were supported and others weren't. And given that your role is about developing the region, looking at the demographics, the demands, issues like the development of agriculture, and it's not just people, in a lot of circumstances it's freight too that gets moved, or goods that get moved through the services. Have you had any conversations with respect to the structure of the regulated routes program?
No, not formally. The Queensland Government and the Northern Territory Government and the Western Australian Government are active partners in a lot of our research. Early on in the CRCNA, we did a lot of investment around de-risking supply chains, and there was a lot of co-collaboration with the jurisdictions in that space. And this was particularly in the context of high-value horticulture, where the supply chains were so inefficient, where we had this global demand for premium mango and lychee and avocado, etc. But the supply chain routes were sending them back further south to then go back globally, and then the quality was deteriorating. But this was A-grade quality horticulture. By bringing in the jurisdictional governments into those research and development projects has helped. It hasn't, I couldn't say if it's
Hasn't completely mitigated, but it's helped.
No, but we've definitely seen a better use of supply chains and a better awareness, and then coupled with other investments like the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, for example, that has invested in regional airports, particularly in that cold storage and supply chain logistics infrastructure, has been very beneficial in terms of we can support growers to grow better high quality product, but now the infrastructure is starting to match that to get that flow into those markets. I wouldn't say it's 100%, but it's a lot better than what it was pre-2015.
So has that had the impact of establishing or consolidating some of the aviation routes that are flown in the region?
I think it would strengthen decision making around why the importance of those routes. But again, I find that it's so seasonal as well. Like a route that we have available in the dry season may not be available in the wet season. And an example today, I'm from Darwin and I'm flying back, and it's incredible that there's 2 flights to Darwin from Cairns today, but that's because it's peak dry season. In a month that won't be available. And you think there's freight also on those routes, having a major port in Darwin and Cairns and Townsville. So yeah, it's not just looking at it from a passenger perspective, it's definitely about the freight and product that is moving on that aircraft as well.
Well, it would be the same, you mentioned the spat for the oysters.
Yes.
You've got to get the oysters out afterwards too. Are they sold live or are they sold?
Yes.
Yeah. So in that sense, aviation would be critical.
Definitely.
As a supply chain element to actually getting them to market.
Yes. And we're putting so much investment into that because it's a high value premium new aquaculture product from remote First Nations communities. Like the potential of this is incredible.
Ticks a lot of boxes.
100%. It's just getting the right supply chain support there for that. Ensuring that we've got the consistency for it. If there's a demand for 20,000 oysters to go into the market in Sydney, we need to be able to meet that.
So does any of your research sort of demonstrate developing service demand so that, these things are happening in these areas, this is where we should be looking at, and in terms, well, it's valuable both to government and to the private sector in respect of what services might be needed in those particular locations. So how is that information distributed?
Well, the intent by the research is to create the demand. I don't think we've actually quite got to that critical mass as yet. So we're 9 years into a 10-year program. We've had $75 million to invest, and that's been invested across aquaculture, water, rural remote health, Indigenous estate, anything since the economic development path. So we've sort of smeared that investment across to highlight the opportunities. But to get to the influencing point that you're talking about, we're still a few steps away. That's sort of the next recommendation.
Okay. That's a key thing for me, thank you.
The closure by Qantas of some of their regional bases, how significant is that when we're looking at what would happen in Northern Australia if a similar approach were undertaken?
Oh, it would be incredibly significant to local workforce capacity, delivery of services. In a lot of, smaller regional and remote communities, your population bases are sitting anywhere from, 2,000 to 10,000 people. So to take away a workforce out of that, which these regional hubs create, not perhaps so much Qantas, because we'd be looking at bigger metropolitan areas, but still, we struggle to keep and retain people in Northern Australia to fill the jobs that keep the North ticking by and supporting the national economy. To lose those sorts of services, has a flow-on effect, definitely.
And one of the things that I think certainly struck me, and I think probably other senators probably have a similar positive view. We attended the Cairns Aviation Skills Centre out at Cairns Regional Airport, and it just struck you that they've trained approximately 1,000 students. So many of those students have been local. Some have stayed in the region. Others have gone overseas and then come back to the region. So actually having that training and the and provision of skills in regional centres actually provides sustainability with respect to workforce. Would you agree with that?
Definitely, yeah. And if you
Probably
can't see it,
question.
you can't be it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Just wanted to get your views on intrastate route support, and should it still ordinarily be designed and funded by state and local governments, which are closely linked to local service needs, as has been the case up here in northern Queensland, but also in Western Australia, for example. What's your views on that?
I don't think we can really.
No. I think it's important that the state and territory jurisdictional governments have an active role to play in those routes. As you were talking, the example of the Darwin to Canberra route popped into my mind and I know we're in North Queensland, but it would also be very applicable to people in North Queensland. We're often required to go to Canberra quite a lot to lobby and to be at the table for decisions impacting Northern Australia, but it's really hard to get there from the north. In the dry season, again, when everyone wants to escape freezing cold Canberra, we have a direct flight, but for the rest of the year, when we still need to operate and do business, we don't have that. And it can take up to 8 hours to get to Canberra plus and 2 flights. So the involvement of state and territory governments, though, is so critical there, and obviously they have huge business to conduct nationally as well. I think that from our perspective, they represent the views adequately
And also intrastate, like within the
Yes.
jurisdiction. So you're supportive of those state schemes, like to be able to support those remote areas?
Definitely, yeah. The more place-based decision making and decision that happens that is affecting a place that has the involvement of that place, from our experience with place-based research and development, is what works. When it's excluded and decisions are made more holistically, the uptake is never as great, or it doesn't fit the needs as well.
Okay, and how should governments evaluate whether infrastructure upgrades produce additional services, lower unit costs, or improved reliability after completion?
My response to that is around not following population which tends to be a key decision maker. There's so many other factors. It's not just always the number of people, it's looking at the broader economic contribution that a region makes. So it's, and we see this a lot in infrastructure where, the bulk of the investment will go into those more populated areas, for good reason, but there's also Northern Australia in a cost-benefit situation never stacks up the same, but the needs are there and the contribution that can create back into the national economy is significant. So it's really, not just taking a single model approach right across the nation and taking into factors of these regional and remote regions that do contribute significantly, just not in that same.
And can you think of any examples of where infrastructure has been upgraded, but the anticipated route or fare benefits didn't materialise at all? Are you aware of any?
Not directly.
Okay, great. That's all for me, Chair.
It's been an interesting process from someone from the southern state, New South Wales, not having, like, hearing about seasonality and wet season changes, and when you're talking about routes being cancelled for wet versus dry and that accessibility, you're aware of it, but you don't live it, you don't understand it, you don't see the consequences of it till you're up here and you're hearing these stories. It's a different lifestyle. It's a different, massive different pressures.
Correct.
Yes.
It's like everything you've got good in the dry, you think, oh, we can do this, and in wet season, no more, thanks very much.
Very true.
No roads, less flights, less everything, isn't it?
Comes back to practicality of access, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the pivot that we've really had to ensure that through research and development and the innovation piece that we operate in is continually adapting to these changing environments. You've noticed, like, it's beautiful that it's sunny in Cairns today, but they've had unseasonal wet weather in the dry season, which is really impacting on agricultural growth in the region, let alone tourism and all the other flow-on effects. So I feel as a Northern Australian, we're continually pivoting and adapting, demonstrating that resilience through and through, and a lot of the time not even realising that we're doing it, but we are continually moving, and we have great product, great people, great services, great potential, and we hit that potential, but it's supply chains, it's access to health services, it's having that sense of full well-being that we can't just drive 300 kilometres down the road and be in another major metropolitan centre like in Southern Australia. The distance, the low population and climatic changes,
The climatic stuff is so important. Like, the evidence today that you always know it, you don't think of it, we're closer to Port Moresby than we are to Brisbane at the moment. Things like this. You spend a lot of money looking at things you can do, spreading it out, trying to find ways to move forward. Do you conduct, things with other nations, Timor, Indonesia, other climatic things, and look, like, just study them, not even have some formal? Are you looking at what they do in this regard? So
definitely.
What sort of lessons are we picking up from there, and what are we giving back to them? I imagine we give back to.
Yeah, particularly in tropical medicine, Australia and Northern Australia in particular are globally leading. We've had some work commissioned through James Cook University around hookworms and how that can potentially support using a tropical parasite to support chronic disease management. And globally, the world is paying close attention to that.
Hookworms, so like leeches on the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stick it in your body and
Proteins out of their saliva to control diabetes, basically.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a fantastic Catalyst story that was run on ABC about that called Monsters or Medicine.
Correct.
So have a look at that. But that's just in health. In agriculture in particular, there's a lot of skills, knowledge and transfer. As Anthony mentioned, we were commissioned for 10 years as the CRC for Northern Australia. It's a very unique CRC where traditionally CRCs will look at one industry problem. We were given the remit of go develop the north, have a geographical remit and multiple industry, and do that in 10 years. We're at the 9th year mark now, so we have 1 year. We finish on 30 June 2027 next year. We're currently working with the government on...
This is my next question. How are we looking for...
Yeah. So we have done we've had significant investment and impact through our R&D in the north, but we've only just put the throttle down. Like a lot of even the oyster research, we've been able to demonstrate that there could be industry development here. It is viable, but now the next phase of market development and more sophisticated supply chains requires a whole next tranche of development. We're working closely with the government on what the R&D needs of the north look like, because there's no successor agency to fill the gap that we have. We were developed out of the white paper on developing Northern Australia purely to improve the fragmentation that was existing across the north and the lack of innovation support tailored to the unique needs of Northern Australia. So we're very anxious around and our stakeholders are very anxious around what the future of R&D and innovation looks like. Recently, the Australian government released the SIRD review, the Strategic Examination into R&D, which a key finding out of that was place-based development and inclusive development with First Nations people is essential to us progressing as a nation. They are two of our key components in how we operate, and so we're very keen to start working about how do we ensure that continuity, because there will be an innovation cliff for Northern Australia. There's no other entity that can pick that up. That exists currently, and we want to continue to ensure that we have that independent science-led approach to development and place-based, rather than putting that into other institutions where we then come back into a fragmented development system again.
So, in our speak, you've done your learning, you're doing the implementation. We just have to see continuation of that.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah,
Okay.
that's right. And not under this. So, under the CRC program, it's a one-hit wonder. You're funded for a certain period of time to address one industry problem. We're really advocating that we're a very unique CRC, and that we need that extension and that evolution piece. We have some great business models about how we can do that, and we think we're very well placed to leverage the momentum, the return on investment that we've achieved through our 9 years, the relationships to continue that work forward within even perhaps a slightly expanded focus, because when the CRCNA and the white paper was developed back in 2015, we've had a lot of global shifts since then, so we would want to make sure that we're still delivering in a contemporary way for the North.
Do you have input or make recommendations or submissions to like NAIF and things they're looking
Yes.
at?
Yeah.
Good relationship?
Very close relationship, yeah.
The three sister bodies that came to the white papers, NAIF, ourselves and ONA.
Yeah.
The Office of Northern Australia, yeah.
And seamless? Not seamless, but pretty good.
Yeah. We're good mates.
In evolution, there's been good connectivity with the R&D, the feasibility work that we've done, and sort of some of the critical infrastructure investment, but acknowledgements from both sides to date and good conversation pieces where there's better alignment opportunities going forward.
Right. Okay. Anyone? Anything else? We might get you to flight on time.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah? Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide a secretary by Friday, the 28th of August. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
We might have a 5-minute
I think
pause.
they are on the line.
We'll wait for both, yeah. We'll have a short, unspecified break. facility, Mr. Patrick Welch and Ms. Cathy McBean, who are joining us via teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you both. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. Okay.
Yes, correct.
For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Patrick will go.
Catherine McBean.
Yep. And Mr. Welsh?
Yes, Patrick Welch. I'm here, portfolio management for NAIF.
Okay, thank you. Do you have an opening statement that you wish to make? And then we'll ask questions.
Yes, if I could please.
Yes.
Are you happy for me to start with that now?
Off you go, yep.
Okay. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to participate today. NAIF welcomes the committee's inquiry into the reliability and affordability of air services for rural and regional communities. NAIF is a Commonwealth development financier supporting infrastructure that delivers public benefit, economic growth and improved livability across Northern Australia and the Indian Ocean territories. In the North, aviation is not discretionary. It is essential infrastructure. It connects people to healthcare, education, employment, tourism, freight, emergency response and broader economic opportunity. Our submission is grounded in a decade of project financing, due diligence and engagement with airport operators, local government, First Nations organisations, businesses and regional industries. The consistent message is that regional aviation markets in the north face structural challenges, high fixed costs, long distances, thin routes and small passenger bases. Infrastructure constraints compound those pressures. Short runways, ageing pavement, limited lighting, constrained aprons or inadequate freight and refuelling facilities can reduce operational flexibility and make services less resilient. Modern infrastructure will not, on its own, make airfares affordable, but it is a practical enabler of safer, more reliable and more efficient services. NAIF's aviation-related support demonstrates this in practice. NAIF has provided up to $150 million for the Airport Development Group's Northern Territory airports infrastructure and upgrades, supporting works across Darwin and Alice Springs, including runway, freight and cold storage infrastructure. That project has a total value of around $300 million and is forecast to support more than 1,100 jobs and is expected to deliver up to $127 million in public benefit over 20 years. In Queensland, NAIF has supported up to $150 million for North Queensland airports upgrades at Cairns and Mackay. Those works include the first major refurbishment of Cairns Airport's international terminal in around 30 years, airside infrastructure upgrades, runway and taxi work at Mackay and service commercial lots. The project is forecast to generate around $1.4 billion in economic impact and support more than 2,000 jobs. NAIF also provided up to $50 million for the redevelopment of Townsville Airport, an $80 million project forecast to deliver about $82 million in economic benefit over 30 years and support around 250 jobs. The loan has now been fully repaid. Beyond airports themselves, NAIF has also supported aviation capability through investment in Alliance Airlines maintenance, repair and overhaul facility in Rockhampton. These examples show the point of our submission. Targeted infrastructure finance supporting airport upgrades can improve connectivity, support tourism, enable emergency services and medical services, and strengthen economic development opportunities. In closing, reliable and affordable aviation is central to the livability, productivity and resilience of Northern Australia. NAIF strongly supports the aviation sector's role in connecting communities and stands ready to continue to support infrastructure solutions that strengthen air services across the North and Indian Ocean territories. Thank you, and I welcome the committee's questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I will go to Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. I did miss the beginning of what you said, but how much have you in total, and sorry if I did miss you saying this, how much in total have you actually invested into infrastructure so far across the north for aviation?
Yes, so there's 5 projects, 1 in the NT, 2 in Queensland, 2 in the Northern Territory, 3 in Queensland. It's around $403 million in total. Is that correct, Pat?
Yep, that's correct, Kathy.
Thank you.
Can you give us a bit of a breakdown on those, where that money's on those projects? So how many projects? You say 5 projects?
5 projects, yes.
So we've got 150 for Darwin and Alice Springs. We've got 150 for Cairns, Mackay, 50 for Townsville airports, and the other 3 is the Alliance. Is that right?
Yeah. Do you want to run through the breakdowns, Pat?
Yeah, sure. He's got 3 of them right. The other one is Alliance for $21 million. That's in Rockhampton. And then the 5th one was Voyages, Indigenous Tourism. That was the Fenelon Airport upgrade. That was $27.5 million.
That wasn't real clear. Can you say that again? Sorry.
So can you repeat that last one, please?
Sure. It was for Voyages, Indigenous Tourism. That's in Alice Springs.
Oh, okay.
That was 27.5. That was for an upgrade of the...
It was the airport at Yulara.
Okay, so it's effectively at this stage has been hard airport infrastructure that you've been investing into.
Yes, other than Alliance Airlines.
So what was the substance of the Alliance Airlines investment?
So the Alliance Airlines maintenance, there's a lot of reverberation. It's really hard to hear. The Alliance Airlines maintenance, repair and overhaul facility at Rockhampton is, I suppose, a practical example of, the public benefit that we offer. And that goes to funding the aircraft maintenance facility in for regional Queensland for Alliance. So it's I suppose it's a strengthening aviation capability across the north, and it's a fully fledged training and apprenticeship pathways, opening up, opportunities to local aviation related services as well.
Okay. We just had the CAC for the development of Northern Australia in prior to you guys. Have you had any interactions with them about looking forward in terms of what might be required with what's projected coming down the path, if you like? What's the driver for your investment decisions?
Yeah, so we are proponent-led. So we wait to be approached by a proponent that is looking for debt to fund infrastructure, and that can be obviously in a lot of different areas for airports. It might be runways, it might be regulatory security screening, emergency services, or power. Or it could be passenger services, but we are proponent-led, so we aren't generating the project. We wait to be approached by an airport or a proponent that is looking for a loan that has to be repaid.
So in terms of aircraft kit, if you like, so have you had any approaches around supporting funding for replacement aircraft, and how might you approach that, or would that fit within your parameters?
Look, hypothetically, we would be able to provide an investment decision to new aircraft and facilities, assuming all the usual mandate criteria are met in the usual way. So such an ID would also need to go through our Commonwealth consultation process in the usual way prior to being considered by our board. So in summary, hypothetically, we can support regional airline operators. And obviously, as they might be in discussion with us, that's commercial in confidence at this stage until we reach an investment decision.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I was looking more conceptually rather than whether you were doing anything specific, but because
yes,
it is something
hypothetically, we would be able to provide that.
It has been raised with us or in conversations I've been involved with, as a possibility for development in the region.
Sorry, did I answer that question?
Yeah, I think you did. I'm just trying to think if there's a supplementary that I want to get that I want to go down the path of. Because
okay.
I don't want to leave anything on the table on this because it's something we're thinking about as to what it's a clear issue that's being identified with us in our submissions, which is the replacement of fleet. What's the toolkit that we might have available to us to consider it? You know, you're saying technically, I suppose, hypothetically, technically you could, based on a range of parameters that you would have to meet. So I suppose in that sense that it covers off on those elements.
So just
yes, and we would welcome proponents approaching us for those discussions.
Okay, it's Cinder Scar here. I was just asking a supplementary on that, and I was going to say your original response where you said technically it was possible didn't necessarily provide us with comfort that you'd embrace such a proposition, but it seems that from your follow-up answer that you would embrace consideration of such a proposition, obviously subject to your usual due diligence and governance processes.
We speak to all proponents. Anyone that's interested in infrastructure developing in Northern Australia, we're happy to speak to them. It obviously goes to the merits of the project. It is a debt and a loan that they're asking from us, so it has to be repaid. So we assess the projects on its merits alone and ensure that it goes through our due diligence processes and goes to our independent board for approval. So we would treat it like any other proponent.
I got all that, but would you be happy for potential project proponents to contact you with any such proposals?
Totally, yes, definitely.
And can I just ask, just again following up from Senator Colbeck, another supplementary, we've had a witness appear today who said that they did approach NAIF with respect to a request to assist with financing new aircraft, but they found that Westpac was more competitive, which surprised me a little. Because I would have thought NAIF, given its mandates, would at least be as competitive as a major commercial bank. Are you aware of that history, or is Mr. Clare? Is Mr. Welch aware of that history?
Look, I'm happy to answer that question. We have had discussions with proponents over the last few years. When you look at our interest rates are pegged to the government bond rate, but we do look at the projects on its merits, and that would be the way that we would look at the concession that would be afforded that project, but I can't speak to that individual project, I'm afraid, but we're happy to re-engage if that's appropriate at some time.
Happy for you to take on notice as to whether or not you just have a look in that history, because I'm interested to know what internal processes you have to make sure that you're competitive in the market, because as I say, it did surprise me a little that I understand your mandate and I understand the investment mandate, but it did surprise me a little bit that a commercial bank would be more competitive. And one of the reasons I say that is the concern that some operators have raised with respect to issues getting aircraft financing is it's not just the interest rate, it's also the repayment profile that sometimes makes it difficult. And there are other aspects in relation to the loan facilities where I thought, given your mandate, you could potentially be more competitive and more adaptable, given you recognise the need for replacement of the fleet in regional areas, especially in Northern Australia.
Yes, I just don't know the details of the organisation you're talking about. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, Richard.
That's fine. That sort of flows on nicely from where I was at. In terms of your assessment process for applications, you say that they're proponent driven. Do you lean on any research in relation to those to support your decision-making process? So I made a reference to the CRC a moment ago, but are there any other sort of data sources that you utilise to support your decision-making process, or is that something you would expect the proponents to provide?
We would work with the proponent on engaging specialists for any sector that we're working with in relation to an application, so that we better understand that industry and the sector that we're speaking with. We do have some in-house, I suppose, knowledge and across our team, but in different sectors. But in some areas, we bring in advisors to advise us on areas that we're not familiar with.
Okay.
So yes, we do.
So just going back to the point that you made to Senator Scarr and a proponent's assessment that the private sector was more competitive, do you look at any of your parameters to ensure or to assess how you sit in terms of the market more generally? Do you benchmark yourself against the market to see where you sit, noting that your structure regulates you being tagged to the bond rate, but how do you assess that?
So the way that we would structure it would be based on the public benefit that that project is going to deliver back into the regional area that it's located. So there are several factors that would play into how that modelling would work. And I'm just not familiar with this project that you're talking about, but we're happy to re-engage, as I said. But there are definitely. It's basically a bespoke process based on what the project can deliver from a public benefit point of view, whether it's jobs in the local area, how it benefits the local economy. So that's all assessed in the way that we look at how we model our finance for specific projects.
Do you go back and do any assessment of that in hindsight after projects have been finalised?
No, Pat, you can probably talk about how we assess it from a portfolio perspective.
Yeah, I might make a couple of points. There is one question that's always part of the approval process, and that's why NAIF? Because typically where we play is when the commercial financiers run out. So we don't position ourselves as a competitor to commercial finance. It's more when the proponent can't get finance from other places. That's typically when NAIF comes in. And the other point there is that we are, as much as possible, encouraged to reduce the amount of concessionality we provide. it needs to be just enough to get the project across the line. But in terms of, we call it post-completion.
That just enough is based on your assessment of public benefit.
It's public benefit. It also typically includes what the proponent needs to make the investment work. So they'll have certain criteria. So yeah, it's sort of triangulating a few different things to try to get the project to be economically viable.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
And on the post-completion project evaluations, we are under a statement of expectation by the Minister. 2 years post-project completion, we do a review of the project in terms of the public benefit, in terms of NAIF's performance, in terms of the project's performance. So yes, we do a sort of a 2-year post-completion evaluation.
Yeah. Senator Lager.
All right, thanks for coming along today. Just a couple of basic questions just to get them on the record to start with. Can you take us through the features in which NAIF would use to decide whether an airport project is suitable for NAIF finance rather than grant funding?
We don't offer grant funding, so we would, I suppose it works to what we were talking about before around why NAIF, and we are a gap financier, and it's about understanding where the gap is in the finance and how NAIF can fill that role in ensuring that if we can obviously fill that gap through our concessional finance and ensure that the project still goes ahead, and obviously reduce the cost of capital, de-risk delivery, support the infrastructure that would otherwise be difficult to fund on purely commercial terms alone.
And do you provide any advice, say, if a proponent wasn't able to obtain NAIF finance? Do you provide them advice of any known grants or anything like that that may be able to help get a project over the line?
If we know of grants that are out there, like I will give an example on housing. We obviously work closely with Housing Australia and the HAF, and also grants that were available through Queensland, through the HIF project. So when we do know that there's grants out there, we definitely obviously tell proponents where they can find those grants specific to their industry or their sector.
And how do you assess public benefit and additionally the borrower's capacity to the capacity to repay the finance in the thin aviation market?
Did you want to go through that part around public benefit?
I can go through it. Public benefit, typically the proponent will arrange for an external firm like Deloitte's, there's a couple of others, to pull together a report on public benefit. And then we have some specialists internally and they review that public benefit report. So that's how that is done. In terms of the ability to repay, typically we lend either as a project finance, which means repayment comes purely from the project, or we lend as corporate finance, which means it comes from the corporation, not just from the cash flows of the project. And we normally look at ratios, so debt service cover ratio and leverage ratio. So we do the financial analysis to convince ourselves that the proponent can repay the loan.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you also take me through some examples of the operational constraints that you identify most frequently when you're looking at the due diligence, for example, runway strength, the fuel or terminal limitations?
Do you want to talk about that from a portfolio perspective?
I will, Kathy. I'm just thinking about it. Yeah, most of our projects are quite bespoke, and so they will all have their own sort of issues. We obviously look at the cost to complete the project in the beginning. You have to look at the business case, so what the forecast sort of cash flow looks like coming from the project. That may include forecasts like for passenger numbers. It may include things like route numbers, so you know how many airplanes you get landing at your facility. Yeah, so there's a number of those sort of key dependencies that we have a look at. But yeah, it's quite varied and does depend on the project itself.
Earlier on, when you provided the committee some of the projects that you've provided finance for example, I think there was $150 million. Was it for Darwin Airport? Does the NAIF finance at what is supposed to be at a lower cost necessarily transport into lower airport charges? And are there any contractual mechanisms that can help ensure public benefits are delivered?
So not necessarily finance is a lower cost, so it is again pegged against the government bond rate, but there are other concessions, as we said before, that come into play that we assess to make sure that we can try and get the project delivered. What was the second half of the question? Sorry.
I was going on the assumption that NAIF was lower cost and would it find lower cost finance, and would it result in lower airport charges?
I'm not sure of the flow-on effect of those savings to the savings for passengers. I couldn't comment on how that is then delivered from an operational or cost base for the airport. Sorry.
Would you have any contractual mechanisms to ensure public benefits are realised?
Pat, did you want to go through that?
Yes, I will. So just in terms of the process, the public benefit number, which has been generated by the external firm, that goes up as part of the original investment decision, and so the board will look at that as part of their approval process. What we do along the way, so every year we collect jobs numbers and we collect spending numbers. So we do that every year through the duration of the project, and also we do that completion evaluation. So we check against our original forecast to see how the public benefit has sort of actualised, if you like. Is there a contractual mechanism? It's probably not that direct, so I'd probably say not as such.
Thank you. Are any local government airport owners sometimes constrained more when they're trying to get finance through the NAIF because they might have some weak balance sheets than by the commercial merits themselves in the project?
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you
Sorry,
just
I'll come in
repeat that
closer.
question?
Would you say that local government-owned airports are more constrained to access NAIF finance as they may have weaker balance sheets than by or are you looking at more the commercial merits of the project itself?
I think it's more probably both of those things, because we're looking at how that operation will then generate the revenue to repay the loan. So obviously that can be constrained for a local government on where its revenue source is coming from. And that can be, if it's reliant on, a small ratepayer base, and then it's only got a small number of passengers coming through that regional airport. So it can constrain it based on the revenue that we're assessing for the repayment of the loan.
Can you tell the committee what role that co-investment might play without transferring an unreasonable share of risk from local owners or private investors to the Commonwealth?
So a role that we're also asked to play is seeing how we can throw in obviously the commercial market into projects as well, and commercial funding into projects. So that's where co-investment models might work for an airport that might be being assessed in a regional area, but then has mining implications, or there's FIFO workers coming through that. So looking at models that go beyond just the standard engaging with one, I suppose, proponent. There might be several proponents that need to use that airport. So we're open to discussing with them how other models might support that, I suppose, airport, or that small passenger service in that local and remote area. So it's looking at how revenue can be sourced as a way of repaying the loan. So how does co-investment work in that model is what we're talking about there.
Thank you. Are you still good for me to keep going, Ross? Yeah, yep. In relation to some of the past finances that and approvals that the NAIF has had, when it comes to transparency and staged pricing decisions, what good practices have you observed in airport consultation with airlines and communities?
Did you want to speak to that one, Pat?
It's a good question, and one I'm not entirely sure that I can answer. No, I might give that back to you, Kathy.
Okay. So what we specifically after is the airport do local consultation in their local community. Is that what you're asking?
So for any good practices that you've observed when you're looking at airport consultation with airlines and communities, when you've been looking at some of these projects?
So the great ones that we've seen are for Darwin Airport and the training program, that the Indigenous training program that they've put in place. So as part of your finance with NAIF, you must undertake an Indigenous engagement strategy as a proponent. It's one of the 5 criteria. And that's, I suppose, an airport that is performing really well in relation to its Indigenous engagement at a local level with the Larrakia people and the traineeships that they're now put in place for local Indigenous kids coming through, getting them working in the hotel that they've got out there, getting them working in the airport. So that's probably one of the most outstanding models that we've seen.
Fantastic. And just what would your view be on abrupt airport charge increases? Would you see that they would generally reflect poor planning, unexpected compliance requirements, or unavoidable capital needs?
I probably couldn't comment on how those costs are passed on, or how the airports structure their costs. Sorry.
That's okay. Your submission supports nationally consistent security funding approaches. Is that a financing observation or a policy recommendation outside of NAIF's investment mandate?
No, that's outside of NAIF's investment mandate. We just saw that that was a fixed cost that might be playing into costs for airports.
All right, no worries. That might be it for me.
Okay. Senator Scarr.
Thank you. I just had a few follow-up questions in relation to the success thus far of loans made to the aviation sector. So have all the projects NAIF has advanced funds for, have they all been loans? There've been no equity investments?
No, there's been no equity. They've all been debt. Yes, that's correct.
And is all of the debt either A, repaid, or B, in compliance with its lending terms and conditions? To put it another way,
yes,
has any of the debt been written off?
No. Pat, did you want to add anything further about how much has been drawn down and so forth?
Yep. So we've had no troubled or impaired, which is a category in the loans to the aviation sector. We've had 2 repaid, which we consider to be a success. So Queensland Airport repaid and also Voyages repaid. The other 2 are fully drawn, which is Alliance and NT Airports. North Queensland, that's in a drawdown mode at the moment. So no, we've had, I would say, good success in the aviation sector so far.
Well, you've had no impairments in the aviation sector so far, is that correct?
Yep, not in our loans.
Well, okay, you added a qualification with respect to not with respect to your loans, but you haven't made any equity investments, so it's just the loans we're talking about, yeah?
No, we haven't done any equity either. So just loans. That's all our book comprises at this stage.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So with that, we are concluded. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your evidence. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide the response by Friday, the 28th of August, and we will now have a break, and we will resume in a short period of time. At about 2:45. There you go. Thank you very much. I welcome Mr. Nick Massasso, is it, from Cairns Regional Council. Thank you for joining us today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you, is that correct? Right here. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name, your position, and you appear today?
So my name's Nicholas Charles Massasso. I'm Director Economic Development and Advocacy at Cairns Regional Council.
Do you have an opening statement?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yep. Firstly, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for bringing the hearing to Cairns. My name is Nick Massasso, and I'm here today on behalf of Cairns Regional Council as Director of Economic Development and Advocacy. I've spent the vast majority of my life living in regional Queensland, having grown up on a farm near Tolga on the Atherton Tablelands and spent most of my working career in Cairns in both the private and public sector. I would like to begin by making a simple point that for Cairns and Far North Queensland, aviation connectivity and accessibility is not only a critical service for our economy, it underpins and supports almost every economic activity in the region. It is also critical to our way of life, supporting access to health services, education, facilitating recovery following natural disasters and connecting families and communities. Our region's reliance on aviation is reflected in the ratio of annual airport passenger movements to resident population. With annual passenger movements through the Cairns Airport of around 5 million people per year and a resident population of 175,000, that ratio for Cairns is 29 to 1, when for the vast majority of capital cities the ratio is less than 10 to 1. It demonstrates how reliant our city and our region is on aviation connectivity. Cairns Airport is the gateway for a regional economy built on tourism, and it also the connective infrastructure that holds together a vast and dispersed region. Beyond the international and east coast trunk routes, Cairns functions as the aviation hub for Cape York and the Torres Strait, the Gulf and much of remote Queensland, communities for whom flying is not a discretionary choice, but the only practical way to access specialist healthcare, education, government services and family connections. This brings me to Council's first recommendation, that the committee recognise that regular, reliable and affordable regional and remote air services are critical to the ongoing prosperity of communities in regions in remote Australia, such as those in Far North Queensland. Regional aviation should not be viewed through the lens of a competitive commercial market. Rather, for regions like Cairns, it should be viewed as essential economic and social infrastructure with appropriate government interventions to support equitable access to it. When we talk about regional and remote services in this inquiry, Cairns sits at both ends of the spectrum simultaneously. We are ourselves a regional centre competing for national and international connectivity, and we are also the essential air link that smaller and more remote communities depend on to reach the rest of Australia. The dual role shapes how we experience every one of the matters in the committee's terms of reference. On cost, fees and charges, our colleagues at the North Queensland Airport Authority have made a submission outlining specific pricing examples, but essentially the disparities show up in the price of a ticket out of Cairns are not abstract to us in the region. They affect whether a Cape York family can get to a hospital for an appointment, whether a remote local government can bring a contractor in to do essential works at a reasonable fee, and whether an international visitor chooses Cairns over a competing destination with more cheaper and frequent access. On this point, Council's second recommendation is that greater transparency and consistency are required around airfare pricing on regional and remote routes. That will enable appropriate policy settings to be set on a more informed basis. We ask that the committee give consideration to the lack of competitive pressure on many of these routes and how that can be addressed. On competitiveness and the implications of reduced services, we have watched capacity and route decisions ripple through livability and economic opportunity locally, with sometimes very local visibility of the rationale behind those decisions and what we can do to advocate ourselves when those decisions are not in the interests of our community. Our economic development strategy in Cairns sets ambitious jobs targets for our local government area, and aviation connectivity is a critical enabler of our achieving those targets. We cannot grow international visitation, attract investment, or act as a service and logistics hub for the broader Far North Queensland region without reliable, reasonably priced air access, both inbound to Cairns and onward to the communities that rely on us. This is where Council's third recommendation sits. Regional communities in Northern Australia are uniquely positioned to benefit from improvements in global aircraft technology, which will offer unparalleled access to Asia's growing aviation markets. Consistent air connectivity across Far North Queensland will be vital to the success of many emerging opportunities, and we encourage the committee to consider how policy settings can position the North to capture that advantage. In summary, regional and remote aviation should be treated as essential economic and social infrastructure, like roads, like telecommunications, like hospitals and schools. Implementing government interventions with this in mind to support reliability, access and affordability of regional remote aviation will not only provide our communities with equitable access to those essential services, but also help unlock the full economic and growth potential of the North. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mustaso, I want to compliment the region, and there we go. We've been lots of different places, and we've seen different levels. The level of integration between education and health and the airport and the economic stuff, I think I've not seen it. It's coming for us. We've been to a lot smaller areas. This is a mid-level and a very, in terms of regional aviation, towards the top. I think it's 7th biggest airport around. You raised that very important point between essentially both a destination for your tourism market and that sort of aviation, but you're a hub for the essential market, for the infrastructure and going forward. Has there ever been a look at what's more economically impactful for the area? Because I see a cruise ship coming in this morning, looked wonderful coming in there. But I also see a lot of shops that are not as full as they were prior to COVID. And this sort of, how is the rebound happening for you economically? What's happening up here?
Yeah, so I think obviously COVID we took a substantial hit to our visitor economy, and as I say, the vast majority of visitors to our region arrive by air. So that aviation point was critical. So in the immediate, during and aftermath of COVID, certainly the flow-on effect of not having our airport operating at full capacity, damaged our economy. There was an immediate rebound in the aftermath of COVID of the domestic market. Right. So domestic aviation numbers actually hit some really strong levels, and that was probably in response to the fact at that time that I think there was a lack of confidence for Australians to travel overseas. In the immediate aftermath of COVID, that we were a beneficiary of that. People that had maybe not travelled to Cairns previously or had travelled some time ago, we saw them coming back. But the actual international aviation market took a lot longer to recover. Domestic aviation, the domestic visitor, numbers were strong, but they don't stay as long, they don't spend as much. So in terms of our economic activity, we are reliant on that international aviation, and those direct connections are recovering. It's taken a little bit more time, but it's certainly trending in the right direction. I think the other key thing in that, in terms of affordability of the destination, is to the extent that we can get direct international aviation connectivity, obviously puts it at a better price, and also for a lot of our international tourists, they're coming a long distance, so the fact that they have to fly over Cairns and then travel 3 hours back on a plane to get here is also an impediment too. So that having that direct international aviation connectivity is critically important to our economy. And I say, the fact that we have our CBD, and you will have seen some shops and other things that are closed, I think that's probably a reflection more broadly of central business districts.
I think it's better than it was 12 months ago when I was up here on holidays.
Yeah, and I think it's trending in the right direction, but obviously we would love to see more visitors, because the more people that we have around the city, more economic activity, but also the passive safety benefits of having greater circulation as well.
Mr. Barker mentioned that he saw Vietjet about 12 months ago, I think was his evidence, if I recall, like earlier in the year or something like that. Yeah. Have you been involved in any discussions with the airport on that?
No, we generally leave those discussions to the airport. We have a good relationship with the airport, and we also have a good relationship with Tourism Tropical North Queensland, which is the representative organisation for the tourism sector.
They'd be dealing with that.
Yeah, so they're dealing with that. We have engagement with them in the past. Council has at times provided funding to support aviation route attraction. And that's something that from time to time we have discussions with the airport about, but they lead those discussions. Yep.
Okay. Coming from New South Wales, I'm not sure how your planning operation works. Lots of work's going off at the airport.
Yep.
Is that a local planning decision, or is it state-based?
No, they have land use control over that precinct out there.
And we would call it SEP in New South Wales.
It's going to be something similar, yeah. So we're not directly involved. We do have a relationship with them from an advocacy point of view in terms of supporting what they're trying to achieve out there. They're doing a major general aviation project out there that we see as a great opportunity for the city in terms of higher value jobs. So that's one of the precincts in our city that we've identified in our economic strategy as a strategic economic precinct, because we do see that aviation sector not just in terms of the gateway for getting in and out of the region, but the jobs that it supports for maintenance, repair and overhaul as being a key part of the economy too.
So what's your interface with Advanced Cairns, who were here earlier today? Obviously they came down, they're talking about the marine, multi-user terminal, they're talking about economic stuff. A lot of road funding was big on this. You members are not working hand?
Yeah, so we're what's called a platinum member, which is the highest level of membership. Our CEO sits on the board of Advance Cairns. I think that is it has been a very good initiative to, I guess, consolidate key positions on what the advocacy priorities of the city should be. So Richard Barker, who was here earlier, is on the board. The CEO of the port is on the board. So we absolutely work in tandem with Advance Cairns on all those regional priorities.
Because just trying to come here for holidays historically, and my wife started working here. It's an interesting thing to me understand how it is with that. You described it beautifully, that hub and spoke method of what is here, because you're largely dependent on yourself and no one else really. There's not another support town you can benefit off. It has to be here, doesn't it? If you've got it, you've got to create it.
Yeah, and I think it's that that distance point of view. So like the nearest city, Townsville's probably a 5-hour drive away. I think it's a shorter flight to Port Moresby than it is for us to fly to Brisbane. So it means that Cairns, as well as being needing to service its own residents, really is that regional hub for the broader far north Queensland. So absolutely when it comes to things like health services, but also just in terms of the economic services. So a lot of the broader surrounding region will access Cairns, whether that's machinery sales, professional services, those things will come out of Cairns. And a lot of those services rely on aviation, whether that's bringing professionals in, accessing national and international markets for fresh produce and those sorts of things. It's the airport is not, I would say, just a component part of the city. It really is probably the most critical enabling piece of infrastructure that we've got.
I'll go down. Senator Colbeck, anything here? Yep, Senator.
First, congratulations on the advocacy that Cairns Regional Council engages in, and I'm not surprised our Southern senators were so impressed with the Cairns Airport precinct. We visited the aviation technical skills school, and I was so impressed. 1,000 graduates over the period of that institution. To what extent has aviation now become one of the pillars of the Cairns economy, but even more one of the pathways that young people growing up in Cairns see for themselves in terms of pursuing training and employment opportunities?
Yeah, so absolutely. In terms of both, so it's certainly a priority sector for our economy. In our latest economic development strategy, I think from memory we've got 5 priority industry sectors. Aviation is definitely one of them, and it's probably for not only that sort of traditional performance, but also the growth potential, and also just the level of high value jobs. When we actually look at the average median incomes in that particular sector, they are high value jobs, and that's something that we want to see. We want to see that the economy continue to diversify. Tourism is one of our priority industry sectors too, but I think one of the things that we have seen over time is the diversification of the Cairns economy. Obviously, Advance Cairns have talked about marine, the health piece as well for our. And that's sort of like a mini export economy for us too, because we're servicing the broader region as well. So those aviation is definitely one of those priority sectors that we see as the opportunity to help underpin our future growth. In terms of also to the point, it does offer that career pathway for local people. So rather than moving away from the region and pursuing a career like that, they can actually go through some of that training locally. There's larger employers here that can provide that career progression as well, and so that's one thing that we see in terms of retaining that human talent in region is critical too.
One aspect we observed was talking to people. People may go away once they have the training, but typically or quite often they come back.
Yeah, and I think that's, and I've got a couple of kids that have gone away to university, and they could have done the same courses here, but sometimes they just say, "Dad, I just want to get away from you and Mum." But I think the good thing about Cairns is that we do tend to see them come back, and I mean I've done that myself in terms of through my career. I've gone away for university and overseas for work and other things. But I think in terms of that, what Cairns has is a strong lifestyle proposition. And I think when we see the challenges that we have in Australia around some of that infrastructure challenges around the heavily populated capital cities, and that the extent that we can see our regions grow takes the strain off there, but also accesses opportunities that we have up here more broadly in agriculture, mining and other things. So I think that livability and lifestyle proposition is something that Cairns has, but it is reliant on that aviation connectivity to provide that, because most people that live here, their families are elsewhere, nationally overseas, so they need, if they're wanting to connect and continue to visit families and access other parts of Australia and other parts of the world, one of the real livability advantages of Cairns, they got an airport that's connected with pretty much every capital city in Australia, and also has those connections that enable them to get overseas as well.
So you made the comment Cairns is reliant on aviation services, and when you made that comment I reflected on the fact though that Australia is also reliant on Cairns as a key aviation hub in relation to maritime safety, is air sea rescue operations, in relation to border patrol, in relation to being an international gateway into the country. So it's Australia's reliant on Cairns as well, and we shouldn't forget that, should we?
Yeah, and I think we're very conscious of our physical position with our proximity to our northern neighbours in the Pacific, and that's something that we see as we have strong local diaspora from PNG and other areas as well. So playing a role to the extent that we can in those broader national imperatives, we absolutely see that as part of Cairns' role, and another opportunity that Cairns has to sort of, there are jobs and opportunities in those fields as well, and so that's another part of the offering that Cairns has as well. So
and we have two senators here from Tasmania, and Cairns is very open to accept migrants from Tasmania.
Tasmania.
This time of year it's tempting.
I won't put you in a difficult position.
No. A very close cousin of mine lives in Ulverston in Tasmania, and very, very beautiful part of the world.
Excellent. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for your evidence so far. Earlier on you were saying 5 million people pass through Cairns Airport, which is pretty huge for, considering your population at 29 to 1. Have you found that there's been many route closures or of recent times that has affected services to the area?
Yeah, so I think route sustainability is always a challenge. So during my time, so I've been at council for about 9 years now, so we have seen the Cathay Pacific route, which would connected us through to Hong Kong, which is a critical route not only for tourism but also for freight. That stopped. We had arrangements and flights with China Eastern. Unfortunately, the long-term sustainability of those, we saw those services stop as well. Now there's been new services, the Singapore Airlines route that we have now with wide-body aircraft departing Cairns regularly each week. I think that's been a major boon for our local economy. But you always see, one of the things I think that, and this is what happens with regional airfares, and the other thing about us is, for us, a lot of our travel is leisure, so it's price sensitive. So when people, the vast majority of people are coming here, they're coming here on a holiday and they're watching what they spend, versus the proportion of travel on those key core trunk routes, Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, where a larger proportion is business and not so price sensitive. So what that means is, for us, is that when it comes to airline profitability, and they've got limited aircraft that they can put across their network, and they're looking at the bottom line of the profit they're making on each of these routes, I have no doubt that sometimes ours are sitting, certainly not as high as those core trunk routes. So we're always susceptible to those decisions when it comes down purely to route profitability. So I think how do we address that? I think part of it for us is making sure that it's the whole value proposition. It's not just the passengers that go on the top of it. It's the freight that can go into the bottom of the plane as well, and how we can make sure that that's the total value proposition for the airline themselves. But it's a constant battle, and I know, and this is just anecdotally from people in the tourism industry, that sometimes it's cheaper for someone to fly from Sydney to Vietnam than it is for them to fly from Sydney to Cairns, and that's the sort of competition that we're up against.
We've heard through this committee, as Tasmanians, people from King Island, they're spending $800 return just to get to a hospital on the mainland, whereas someone can go to Bali from a capital city for half that price. It's we have very similar challenges.
Sounds like that.
What about domestic route cancellations? Has there been much of that you're aware of?
I think there's definitely been a little bit of, from time to time, there's been scale of planes. So, and this will just be an example, but sometimes, on a route that I normally would have expected to have whether that's Brisbane, a 3 and 3 configuration, sometimes you're flying on 2 and 2, and so the actual size of aircraft being put on route is also a challenge as well. So, certainly not aware of major cancellations of routes between sort of major cities. At times there's been routes that have been established. During COVID we had a direct flight to Canberra. That's no longer here. Direct flights to certain other sort of more regional centres, Newcastle and other things, are sometimes at risk as well. And I think that predominantly again reflects the fact that the majority of travel on those routes is leisure. Often it's not necessarily reflecting on load factors. That when you travel on planes to Cairns, they're often full, but it's the yield that the airline's able to generate from the travel. Yeah.
And have you heard anything from the business or residents about any of the route cancellations? Or has council had any feedback as to the impacts, whether it be the international or any domestic sort of changes? Like, what have you guys been hearing from the community?
Yeah, well, certainly when the Cathay route, stopped, then what we had is like live seafood export out of here. They were then having to scramble to look at how that could be serviced. There was partial routes established with council support through PNG out to Hong Kong as a temporary stopgap. Looking at how they could then sort of road freight from here to SEQ to get it out that way, but then when you're dealing with that perishable product, that's got its challenges as well. So certainly those sort of things from a tourism perspective as well. It's just as soon as you see a route cancelled, it's not like someone that I think one of the more recent ones is Christchurch to Cairns. So that's one that's been a recent route that's been cancelled or coming up for cancellation.
Who's operating that? Do you know?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I think it might be Jetstar.
Okay.
Yeah, but I couldn't confirm. But the difficulty then is that there's not immediately, well, I'll jump in the car and drive, or those sorts of things. That it creates an impediment to travel, and even then if they want to travel within. Like in that example, okay, well then I've got to get from Christchurch to Auckland or I've got to fly through another domestic hub in Australia too. Yeah. So as soon as you start adding that extra layer, it adds extra cost, and then you say, okay, well, what other destinations can I be looking at?
Does the council have any data on unmet or suppressed travel demand that could improve airline route decisions?
No, we wouldn't have any of that directly. I'd say if anyone held that information, it would either be the airport. The airport obviously do the negotiations with airlines, so they have their modelling that underpins some of that stuff, or Tourism Tropical North Queensland. Yeah.
Do you think what role should council play in supporting route attraction, and how are public benefits and risks assessed, or do you just leave that to the airport?
Yeah, so I think we have a strong strategic alignment with what the airport is trying to achieve. So regularly we engage with the airport. Richard Barker comes in to present to our council on a regular basis. So strategic alignment, and then we do fund Tourism Tropical North Queensland is the regional tourism organisation responsible for the marketing more broadly. So we put about $3.6 million into that organisation each year, and part of that role is to identify those potential target markets, domestic and internationally. And then they do, and obviously I think Richard's on their board as well, so they then do work in partnership with the airlines, because again, for the vast majority of those markets, you do require aviation connectivity to access those markets. So in terms of our role, we have at times put in financial contributions to route attraction. One of the things that I would say is that the difficulty with sometimes with route subsidisation is, unless you're driving the demand, the long-term sustainability is challenging and difficult. So in the past, where we have put that in, the aim has been to, okay, how can that investment uplift the effort around promotion and other things to drive the underlying demand, with a view to increasing that sustainability. But I think one thing I would say is that the capacity of local governments to invest in that sort of activity is more and more constrained. We have broader challenges around our infrastructure network and financial pressures on that mean any form of what would be considered, I guess, discretionary expenditure is challenged at the moment.
And do you, from your view on council, should route development incentives be transparented, time limited, and tied to measurable outcomes?
Yeah, I think transparency generally is a key thing, because that means that all levels of government and all stakeholders can make informed decisions. So I think one of the things that we would certainly support would be that increased transparency about route profitability, and around the impact that incentives and route attraction is having. I think that would be a key benefit, but I don't think that of itself will solve some of the competitive market issues that we have on regional and remote routes. I don't think that, whilst there may be parts of the sector that are making large profits, I expect it's more a case of just the volumes that we see through regional Queensland. Some of the other challenges of operating in regional Queensland mean those routes just aren't as profitable as other routes, and then that gets reflected in ticket prices and other things. I guess my view would be that, when I come back to the point in my opening statement, is that if we take the lens, and I don't think we can say a competitive market will resolve regional and remote aviation access. I just don't think it will. I think there's a role for government intervention to make sure that there's reliable and affordable access for those communities, and the payoff for Australia more broadly is that those regional and remote communities continue to thrive. I think one of the things that I would see is that if you've got those really high profit routes in some of those sectors, then maybe there is a levy that's put on some of those sectors to say, okay, there's profit to be made here, but there is a community service obligation that we take through a levy on those routes, and that goes to supporting those routes in regional and remote Australia and making sure they're delivered for the people living there. I think anything like that would obviously require a significant degree of transparency to make sure people were using that system appropriately, but I think it's something worth considering.
Absolutely, and I'm not quite sure if you heard evidence that I think it was misband from WellCamp, where there was a request to add that Senator Scarr had asked, when WellCamp had asked for an additional route to be added to that airport, there was a $1.9 million demand maybe put on that. Like, are you aware of any such demands being put on Cairns for additional routes, or were you surprised by that evidence? Or
yeah, I didn't hear that. So where did that demand come from? An airline?
Yeah, it come from Qantas. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that the airlines are very shrewd and hard negotiators. Not that I've been involved directly, but our previous CEO at council was a CFO at the airport, and he said they were very tough commercial negotiations. And I guess that's reflected if you're operating in purely just a commercial market and someone's got leverage, then they tend to use it. It's unfortunate.
And just finally, if I can ask about the state government scheme where, reimbursing $200 each way off the fares. We heard from Hinterland Aviation where they've been able to offer those set fees regardless of the number of seats. Whether it's the couple of people on the plane or a full plane, people will either paying $119 after their $200 subsidy to get to those remote communities. Are you supportive of those types of schemes to encourage movement and for people to be able to connect from those remote communities?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the other thing it does is underpin that the airline sustainability as well. So they need to know that sort of they've got that floor that they can continue to operate within too. So,
And would you, obviously, would you like to see any expansion of that particular scheme? Do you have any suggestions, or are you pretty happy the way that it's sort of operating at the moment?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with exactly how the scheme operates, but I know there is subsidies that play. And I think it's mainly through that lens of ensuring that there's equitable, affordable access. So I think it's looking at it through that lens so that ultimately what's delivered at the end of the day is someone that needs to get from A to B in our region can do so at an affordable fare. Yeah.
And sorry, just finally, if
third last question.
Just if I may, obviously you've got a lot of people that travel through for work as well through the area. Is there a balancing act between obviously tourism? Matt Smith, the local member's been saying to me, "You've got to get up to Cairns. It's beautiful up here." And obviously there's a lot of workers coming through. Is there a bit of a juggling act between the availability for workers or tourists, or is there ample availability at the moment for those movements?
Yeah, I think certainly at times, like currently at the moment, it's peak season, so it can be difficult to get seats on flights. And I think one of the things that our tourism sector would always say is that they would love more capacity in terms of overall seat capacity. Because the load factors at times, the planes are very full, and so that means that people can't get here when they maybe want to. Maximises the yield, obviously, for the airline, and that I guess supports the route sustainability. But I think that we definitely need that balance where there's enough capacity that we're not at full loads all the time, and that people that really need to get here for work can't get here because there's simply not enough seats on the plane. So that increased capacity is important. I think we saw a little bit of that through COVID and post-COVID when the actual overall fleet capacity within the network was reduced, and they were then having to decide where they put those aircraft. And again, I guess primarily driven by commercial and profitability considerations. But in any system, ideally, you want a bit of latent capacity that is there to soak up and hopefully grow demand over time as well.
Look, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Colbeck.
Thank you. Thanks for your evidence. I just want to go to that last point in terms of demand levels and what the unmet demand might be. I suppose it's relatively fluid when you think about some of the services that have been taken out. But do you have any work that would indicate what the level of unmet demand might be?
I think what we could provide, I think the Bureau, I think there is a I'm not sure it's through the ABS or I think there might be a Bureau of Transport Statistics where we can potentially, I think in the past we have sourced that data on load factors, and I think that's a consideration to say if the loads are constantly in the high 90s, then that would indicate that those planes are full with no latent capacity. That's something that we potentially could have.
Do you watch that sort of information and use that as part of your conversations with the sector or the airlines?
Yeah, probably not as much as we should. And I guess part of that is because we're not directly in negotiations with those airlines. We do tend to obviously let that be led by the airport and TTNQ. But I think it's a fair point that we probably need to have greater visibility on a more regular basis to support our advocacy around that. A lot of what we talk about here is through those anecdotal discussions with the airport and the representatives from the tourism sector.
Yeah. I mean, I've been concerned in some markets where I think that the airlines are actually constraining demand and constraining growth by limiting seats. Now, there might be other reasons that sit behind that, but understanding that when you're having these sorts of conversations can be really important, so that you can actually highlight it and push for a response. And as you say, the way in and out of here largely, and if you look at it on national average, is threefold what it is on for major capitals.
Yeah. Yep.
I just want to ask a couple of questions about the regulated routes, one of which comes into here, but most of them are further south. We've heard some discussion about the structure of those, the formation. Yeah. Have you had any, or are there any communities that you think that aren't being served that could be served by that process? So here it goes out to Normanton, Gunnedah, Burketown, Doomadgee is the route that connects into Cairns, but everything else is further south. Are there any other areas that could be part of that program?
I think some of the ones that have been highlighted. I think North Queensland Airport highlighted the route into Bamaga, where some of those price differentials have been seen. So that would certainly be one. So I think so some of those across the Cape more broadly. Certainly Bamaga would be one that immediately springs to mind. But I'm not familiar with the actual exact schedule of the routes to provide a comment further, I'm afraid, Senator. Yeah.
But have you been engaged in any conversations around the structure of those, other than your awareness of Bamaga?
Not directly. I think when we do support. So I understand that there was because I think those routes, the state governments also have an involvement in those routes as well, and I think there has been a recent review of some of those routes by the Department of Transport and Main Roads, from what I understand. So we do tend to just lean in support where there's feedback on those particular routes from the Cairns Airport. So. We haven't had direct negotiations on those things. I think part of that too, I guess, reflects in terms of whilst we're the hub for I guess one of the final entry points for some of those routes. A lot of the people that are accessing those from a community point of view. That they'll tend to be living in other local government areas as well. So it's certainly probably a broader issue for the Far North Queensland region, which organisations like the Far North Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils would take a more region-wide view on.
So you just moving on from that, you're not necessarily aware of any gaps in that regional service?
Yeah, not directly myself. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that coalition of councils would be the place to.
I think they would be able to provide that overarching view on that. Yeah.
So what would you define as the key capacity constraints that you're seeing at the moment?
So I think certainly for us, the connectivity from a international point of view, we'd like to see more connectivity. So obviously, longer term Cathay or establishment of a route through Hong Kong. China prior to COVID was our largest international market for international visitors. establishment of routes into there and other Southeast Asian countries would also be an opportunity, and then also potentially through into India as well. I think one of the things that the airport identified is that there's, from what I understand from discussions with them, there's new aircraft with range that lands Cairns in a bit of a sweet spot in terms of, certain cities within that broader Asian region would be able to reach Cairns direct with these aircraft, but not necessarily reach some of the southern cities direct on a non-stop route. So that gives us some competitive advantage there that I know the airport are exploring as well. And then sort of those direct connectivity through into North America as well. We've got Fiji Airlines, which provides some of that direct, I said, connectivity through Nandi at the moment, but some more aviation connectivity there, I think, would be a long-term priority as well. In terms of the domestic connectivity, I think just that increased seat capacity on routes overall would be a positive thing. Yeah.
Does that vary a lot seasonally?
Yeah, we certainly have a high tourism season. So our tourism season would generally run from sort of July through September, October. The advantage that we had in terms of that would see tourist numbers, but then some of the airlines actually adjust their schedules around that seasonality as well. One of the advantage that we had when we had the strong international Chinese market was they tended to come at often around Chinese New Year, so that would be in your February and what we considered to be a low season for Cairns. So it was a bit of a part of that international offering also balanced the seasonality.
Balance things up a bit.
Yeah.
I think that covers me, Chair. That covers the questions I had written down.
Good one. When you're talking about hotel bed and short stay inventory,
yeah,
is that looking at the flights? Have you seen an increase or decrease? Do you watch what you've got here for tourism? How's that gone over time?
Yeah, so I think we're actually, I can't remember the exact occupancy numbers that we're seeing at the moment in terms of the long-term trend line, but from talking with TTNQ, the tourism body locally that we fund, so my understanding is that we have seen a fairly strong recovery in those occupancy figures.
Occupancy percentage, or I'm looking at total supply too. Are we reducing supply to increase occupancy, or demand is increasing occupancy?
In hotel rooms?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just around COVID we had, which for the city was 3 significant new hotels built at the same time.
All the Crystal Brooks.
Yeah, Crystal Brooks. So that and then that actually spurned on a series of renovation and upgrades for other hotels as they responded to the new competition in the market too. So that actually introduced I think it was about 500 rooms of extra stock, which was significant into the market. But we probably haven't seen substantial new developments since. So I think what we've seen now is that it's soaking up, and I think the numbers from talking to TTNQ are now at the point where those occupancies, and obviously for if they're looking at new hotel investment, they're looking at the rate and the occupancy, and at certain points it says, okay, well now there's time to potentially invest in that. We are seeing an increased level of interest from potential investors as well. We are challenged, I think, like a lot of other communities. We have seen a significant increase in short stay accommodation. Gives us some challenges in the suburbs and other things as well. So it's a bit harder to get a read on some of that. I think our latest data was that we might have had around 1,500 properties that might have been used for short stay accommodation in the broader housing and unit network. Yep.
Anyone else? Last call? All good?
All good.
Thank you very much for your evidence. If you've taken anything on notice, please provide by Friday the 28th of August. Thank you again. This concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared. Thank you to Hansard Broadcasting. Thank you to Secretariat again for coming up here. The committee stands adjourned.